Do we have Mr. Harmon or Mr. Clark anywhere about?
Yes, we do. And they are prepared to come in and address the court. They just didn't know if you wanted to do it at this moment.
Yeah, I thought we'd try to resolve it as soon as possible this morning if we could.
Right away, Your Honor.
All right. Sergeant Rossi, why don't you have a seat? Nope, nope, not there. That's a juror seat. Are they on their way?
Yes.
All right. You read over Mr. Harmon's letter of today?
Today? No, I'm sorry.
May solve many of our problems. Ms. Clark, when did Mr. Harmon receive word to be here? I thought I told him to be here at 9.
No, I think there was a misunderstanding. I didn't know whether you wanted to communicate by letter or in person. And so we made a phone call and we swapped it. You want me to do it?
It's from another county.
Gets us most of the way there. I mean, Ms. Clark, is he on his way? The ubiquitous Mr. Harmon. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present with counsel. Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Blazer, Mr. Scheck, people represented by Mr. Darden, Mr. Harmon, and Ms. Clark. Mr. Harmon, I have just received your letter dated today's date indicating that the Federal Bureau of Investigation will conduct the EDTA tests that they propose on Monday, February the 20th, and that you will be doing that on items 13, which are the socks, 59, and which I believe is a reference sample from Nicole Brown Simpson, 72, which is a Nicole Brown Simpson reference swatch, 86, which is apparently a swatch cut from the black dress that Nicole Brown Simpson was wearing. Number 117, which is apparently a swatch from 117, which is a swatch taken from the rear gate, which apparently is presently at the Department of Justice in Berkeley, undergoing RFLP testing, and number 17, which is the defendant's reference sample. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. The other biological items that you list in paragraph 2, my understanding is that you have no objection pursuant to Mr. Scheck's proposal yesterday to release those items for physical examination with their agreement that they will not test or consume any of the samples. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And with the provisions that you made in your court order last week about us being able to be present and videotape
And or photograph, yes,
or photograph them.
as the case may be. Mr. Scheck, any comment?
Yes, I think this goes somewhat to alleviating our concerns, but a few questions. Number one, with respect to item 13, the sock, we have a strong desire to examine the sock itself. My understanding is that there is a cutting from the sock, and I presume that that is what the prosecution intends to perform this test on. And so we would like to have the sock available for immediate examination. That's really critical.
That's really critical to their issue on EDTA.
Well,
It's indispensable to that, Your Honor.
well, I would indicate that in terms of timing, I really think that our needs in this regard take precedence, because any testimony that will or will not be offered about the presence of EDTA is certainly going to be subsequent to the appearance, for example, of Mr. Fung on the witness stand. And we need an opportunity to physically examine that sock, to have a trained criminalist examine that sock. At this point, all that has been permitted is Dr. Blake taking pictures of it, and that really isn't the same thing. And we're not going to perform any destructive testing. Now, they have a cutout of the area where blood was found. So it seems to me that, in fact, that's all they're going to be sampling anyhow when they do the EDTA tests. So it's not reasonable for us to be withheld the sock. That's just, and I'm just making that suggestion simply based on the assumption that EDTA testing ought to be performed at all, given the record before the court. But I'm just assuming that for the sake of argument before I address the issue. Just trying to be practical. I'm just making that assumption. So the first question that I raise is with respect to the sock. We want the actual sock. They can have the cutting that they've made if, in fact, that testing is to go forward. Secondly, I have a similar concern about item 117, which is the Bundy rear gate. Your Honor, the Bundy rear gate is an item that the prosecution obviously has had from the very beginning. They sent it out in September to the Department of Justice for testing. It was one of the matters that we had hearings and discussion about. I see no good cause why that testing didn't begin until essentially this trial began. It has nothing to do, DNA testing has nothing to do with the issue of EDTA or opening statements. There's no good cause for the delay. And what's totally peculiar is that, this was something that even when we began this in the beginning of January, they did not indicate that they were going to be testing this. Now, as far as this sample 117 is concerned, we have some concerns about that being subject to EDTA testing, number one. But number two, I don't see any good cause why they should be have some priority around the testing of this when they waited so long, for no good reason that I can see, to begin testing on this in the first place. Finally, and this really gets to the crunch of the issue, there is no showing here by Mr. Harmon at all as to what is even necessary, how much sample is even necessary to do EDTA testing. Last night I looked at the submissions that Mr. Harmon made to the court about EDTA testing, which had to do with discovering EDTA in time-release cold capsules, in mousse, food substances where you already know it's there. That is an entirely different proposition than testing a sample of when you don't know whether or not it should be there. And this is really the most critical point, I think, is that Mr. Harmon was indicating yesterday that they have no idea how much sample is necessary to perform this test, even assuming that it could get past Kelly Fry and it's reliable on a forensic sample. I mean, I'm not even addressing that. I'm just saying in terms of what is reasonably necessary under Griffin, they don't even know how much sample they need. So let's take a look at 117, the sample from the back gate. Do they have to take...
How many swatches do we have from 117?
I have no idea.
I do.
Mr. Harmon?
I'll address that when Mr. Scheck's done. I don't want to cut him off. Just get started.
Well, there's no showing here. I was actually curious. The court had indicated that it had done some research of some kind. I don't know whether I misinterpreted that yesterday about EDTA testing.
No, if you'll notice the court order, cite to a law review article that discusses EDTA.
Oh,
That's all.
that's all. Okay.
Something that's relatively available through Lexis and
No, I just wanted to know what the knowledge base was.
virtually none, you can be assured of that.
Well, I don't want to profess that I have anything much greater, but I did discuss this matter with a defense expert who I think is considered one of the leading toxicologists in the country, Dr. Reeders, who informed me that before, I think, even the opening statement, although I'm not sure of the date, but I think it's at some time before, Mr. Matheson of the Los Angeles Police Department Laboratory had made inquiry of him about what literature existed or whether it was possible to do EDTA testing of this kind, and our experts sent him available literature here. But it's our position that the prosecution has to make a showing as to essentially what is the expected sensitivity of the test. That is to say, do they have any idea how much sample would be necessary to get a result one way or the other that they would claim to be reliable? And I'm not even addressing whether or not it could get past Kelly Fry or anybody's ever done it before. I'm just saying, because I don't think anyone has, I'm just saying that as a preliminary showing on the grounds of reasonable necessity to destroy samples, precious biological samples, they have to be able to tell us how much they need. If they need to consume nearly all of the swatches, or they don't know how much they need to consume one way or the other, it seems to me that they haven't even made a preliminary showing here. And they haven't done that, and I don't see, frankly, given the absence of that showing, what the great rush is in terms of EDTA testing prior to the defense having an opportunity just to examine all the samples so we can see what's there and we can figure out what regimen of testing, if any, we think would be necessary, and then the court can make a reasoned and informed decision based on scientific evidence as to what is reasonably necessary and what isn't. And it seems to me that in terms of the balance of equities here, in terms of who has the need to examine the material first, we merit priority here. On number 117, for example, which they didn't choose to test until very late in the game for no reason that is apparent to me. And certainly with respect to just looking at the rest of 13, the sock, I think we should have a right to look at the actual sock itself, and they can retain the cutting if they want for the time being.
Mr. Harmon?
Sounds like they really don't want us to find out what's in those two items, doesn't it, Your Honor? I guess we need to go back to last summer and last fall and remind counsel that while they may say we have to make certain showings in advance of testing, the law in this state has always been Griffin, and that's a retrospective concern. That's, if we want to introduce our evidence, we have to be able to demonstrate that whatever tests we done were reasonably necessary. And the court recognized this when you issued your order, that there was no proposition that the defense had litigated and caused undue consumption of time. The defense simply has no right at that point in time to insist that we make these showings. That's simply not the law in this state. We don't have to show why testing had not begun. You recognize that. And we sure don't have to show how much is necessary. On the other hand, if we can't justify, when they don't like the answers that will certainly come from these tests, if we can't justify why we've consumed what we have, then you have some rights and they have some rights to keep us from using the evidence, whatever results are produced from it. We understand that. We've always appreciated that. I can tell the court that the sensitivity level, and I'll describe why we need the sock in a moment, is approximately 50 parts per million. Now, I can't speak to what size stain that means has to be consumed. I can't address that. But we will address that when the defense certainly complains that we have proven conclusively that there's no EDTA on either of those two stains. So we're prepared to abide by the provisions of Griffin, but there's simply no reason for the defense to interrupt our testing at this point in time, especially after they have formally made serious accusations about the sock, and had they known that that is Mr. Simpson's blood on the rear gate in Bundy, Mr. Cochran would have alleged that perhaps Van Adden went over there and sprinkled it on the gate at some later date. He just didn't know that because those test results were just made available recently to Dr. Blake. So had they known that, they certainly would have made that accusation. And knowing that that's Mr. Simpson's blood on the rear gate, and we will definitively show that through the RFLP tests that are beginning today, that is why we have selected just those two items of evidence. But let me describe why we've selected the items that we have, because Mr. Scheck just doesn't seem to get the idea that we're trying to demonstrate that the failure to show EDTA is present means that it's not there. And this is why we need the SOC. We need the SOC because EDTA is present in many items. And if, for example, that SOC was improperly rinsed in the rinse cycle, there's EDTA in laundry detergent. So we need to do substrate controls. We need to sample extensively from that very SOC to prove that if there's EDTA on unstained areas in the SOC, that it's probably from one of these other sources in the environment, like laundry soap. If there's no EDTA present in unstained areas in the SOC, then that suggests that at least there's no background contribution from the SOCs that could have come from some other source. So having the SOCs as a control is indispensable to this as a scientific experiment to prove that this exquisitely sensitive test, when it says we haven't found EDTA anywhere in any of these items, that means it's not there. And that's why we need all the items that we've described. We need the reference samples, 59 and 72 from Nicole. We've had DOJ cut from a very large stained area on Nicole's black dress that certainly must be from her own blood. And that's another control, just to make sure that there's no EDTA present in her own blood, because many food substances have EDTA as a preservative in it. That's another vital control to the test. That's why we've also sent 117, the Bundy rear gate, which the defense knows is the tests are showing that that is Mr. Simpson's blood, and then Mr. Simpson's reference sample. So legally, we've tried to pare it down. They just don't want to wait till Monday. These tests should be done Monday, and the court realizes Monday's a holiday for everybody, but they're going to do it Monday. We're going to get it to the East Coast on Friday, and these tests, unless there's a power outage or a big blizzard, they'll be done Monday. And one of the things that they really haven't addressed is all of their experts, and this is something I touched on in my letter, we seem to have drifted from the court's order of requiring these things to be done locally, absent a showing of good cause. And we have no objection to whoever's doing it, but it just seems to me you've ordered them to do it locally, consistent with the case law that I cited. And they haven't made any kind of showing of good cause. I don't know if Henry Lee's the one who's going to look at all these other items, but he's not coming back from Seattle till Thursday night. I don't know about Doctors Bodden and Wolf, but they're not losing any time. They can look at all the other items that we will make available to them and that we have made available to them. So we're just talking about a few critical items that if they want to try to look at them Monday night, if the tests are all done by mid-afternoon, we'll try to ship them up to them wherever they want them to be shipped or wherever you tell us to ship them the same day Monday. So to me, this is a big to-do about nothing, but it clearly reflects that they're concerned, they've made these allegations, and these test results will seriously undermine their credibility in the eyes of this jury based on Mr. Cochran's opening statement.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Mr. Scheck, any brief response?
Yes. It sounds to me like, first of all, Mr. Harmon is explaining why there may be results finding EDTA in these materials ahead of time that he can then explain away if they find it. And he didn't tell us what 50 parts per million means in terms of the amount of blood that you have to have. Is that a half a milliliter of blood, which may be more than are on any of these swatches? But I think his argument really proves the wisdom of the suggestion that we're putting before the court. Before they cut up that sock anymore and perform a destructive test on it, even if they're using it for purposes of a substrate control, all we want to do is look at it. And our proposal would be is to have those materials sent to Albany, so our experts, all of them out there with their own instruments in a laboratory that's been dedicated for this purpose, can look at it over the weekend. That's what we really want. And the SOX, of course, is one of the most critical items because we want to just take a look at them. They can videotape that so that there's no allegation that anybody put anything on them. Our request is merely for a true physical inspection and examination, not a destructive test. They're asking to perform a destructive test, and the point here is simply which should take priority. And I don't see the great necessity to have them do that immediately, right now, before we even get a chance to look at them. That's all.
Right.
Thank you, counsel. All right. As to items 1359, 7286, and 117, this all being prosecution evidence, they may maintain control of that item and have that tested by the Federal Bureau of Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory, that testing to commence on Monday, February the 20th. Immediately upon the conclusion of those tests, the prosecution is to make those samples available immediately to the defense for their inspection and testing pursuant to the court order. Court notes that as to the critical item number 13, the SOX, that the defense has had the opportunity to view these items at the Department of Justice, although not examine them in a private setting. The prosecution is ordered to turn over the items listed in paragraph 2 of Mr. Harmon's letter of February the 15th forthwith to the defense for their testing pursuant to the court's previous order. And the non-biological evidence is likewise ordered, turned over to the defense for their testing. I do make a finding that given the location of the defense experts, all of them apparently on the East Coast, and the laboratory facility being available in Albany, New York, that they have shown sufficient cause to test those matters out of state. However, the court warns that there will be unbelievably negative sanctions should these items become lost or destroyed.
Can I just interject one thing? I'm not sure if you noted in my letter, Mr. Hodgman on the non-biological evidence has asked just to have a couple of hours to review that, and I don't expect anything will be accepted, but I just wanted to advise the court.
He can come and ask me for a good cause exception to the court's order.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, counsel. All right. Is there anything else before we resume with Sergeant Rossi? All right, Deputy Higgins, let's have the jury, please. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies to you for the delay in getting started. However, you should know that we have been in session on other matters since 8:30 this morning. Sometimes these things take longer than I anticipate that they'll take. All right, Sergeant Rossi, would you come forward, please? Resume the witness stand. All right, good morning, Sergeant Rossi. You're reminded that you were still under oath. Mr. Bailey, you may continue with your cross-examination.
I approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Sergeant Rossi, I hand you what has been marked Defense 1013 for identification. and ask you to look at it and see whether or not you can tell me that that represents a map of the area showing both the police department and 875 South Bundy at the intersection of Dorothy.
Yes, it does.
Do you see a scale on that thing?
Yes.
What is your present estimate of the distance between, by road, the distance between the police station at 1663 Butler Avenue and 875 South Bundy?
3 to 5 miles?
3 to 5 miles?
Yes, sir.
How about 1 mile, 2,842 feet?
Objection. Did counsel testify?
It's a leading question.
Doesn't it look more like a mile and a half?
It looks a little more than that to me, sir.
Okay. When we adjourned yesterday, Sergeant, we were talking about the possibility that the coroner had not been notified as of 5 a.m. My understanding is that you personally didn't know of anyone having notified the coroner of these homicides by 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, is there any requirement that you, as a police officer, have some familiarity with the laws regulating the conduct of homicide investigations?
No, sir.
There is none.
If I understand the question, laws regulating the conduct of the investigators that are handling the case?
No. Is there any requirement that you have familiarity with the laws that regulate homicide investigations?
Yes, laws of the state, yes.
All right. Are you familiar with any law that dictates when the coroner should be notified when a death has occurred?
No, I'm not, sir.
You never heard of such a law?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever hear of Section 10250 of the California Penal Code?
Objection. Mute your phone.
No? Yes or no? Are you aware of the code section?
No, sir.
Do you know that it is... I'm sorry. I'm told I misspoke. Not the California Penal Code, the Health and Safety Code. Do you know there is a Health and Safety Code?
Yes, I do.
All right. Have you ever reviewed that code?
The entire code? No, sir. I
Any
know.
sections of the code that might pertain to your work?
Yes, some.
Are you familiar with a section that deals with the notification of the coroner in certain circumstances after death?
No, I'm not.
Objection. That's not his witness, Joe.
Is that illegal? Counsel, let me see your good side. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Bailey?
Sergeant Rossi, you said that you were familiar with certain parts of the Health and Safety Code.
Your Honor, may I please see what counsel's reading from?
You already have at the bench.
Oh, he smashed it out of my hands, Your Honor. May I
Mr.
please-
Clark, have a seat, please.
Do you remember the question, Sergeant?
Yes, sir, I do. And yes, I am familiar with some sections.
Are you familiar with any portion of the Health and Safety Code that mandate the calling of the coroner in a homicide case?
No, I'm not.
All right. Do you from time to time review the LAPD manual?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you ever look at Volume 4?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. And what about Section 238.46 entitled Notification of the Coroner? Do you ever look at that?
I don't believe I've ever looked at that, no.
Okay. Would you like to look at these two provisions to refresh your recollection, perhaps?
If you would like me to.
I would like you to.
Sustained.
Thought you said that you did, at one time or another, acquaint yourself with the provisions of the Health and Safety Code.
Some sections, yes.
All right. Do you ever recall reading anything about the mandate to notify the coroner?
No.
You don't. Were you, in fact, in charge of this crime scene from your arrival at 1:25 a.m. until 2:10 when Detective Phillips showed up?
Yes, I was.
All right. As one in charge of the crime scene, were you not obligated to carry out any legal duty imposed on the boss?
Repeat the question, sir. I don't understand it.
Were you obligated to carry out any legal duty imposed on the person in charge?
Repeat it again. I just don't understand the question. I was in
I'll
charge
repeat
until
it again.
I was in charge until the detective showed up.
We're talking about a bracket from 1:25 to 2:10. Do you understand that?
Time bracket.
Yes.
Yes.
That's 45 minutes. Is it not?
Yes.
You had the means of communication at hand, did you not?
Yes.
Now, did you, during that 45-minute period, have a legal duty to call the coroner?
Not as far as I know. No.
Did you know it was a misdemeanor to fail to call the coroner, Sergeant?
I don't believe it is, sir.
May I now approach the witness and show him the section?
I don't know what it's showing. Can I please see it?
Is that an objection for relevance?
Relevance?
Sustained. Thank you.
So that if there was such a law on June 13th, 1994, you were not familiar with it. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And if you violated that law, it was unknowing on your part. Is that correct?
Calls for legal exclusion. Sustain. I'll sustain
Very
the court's own objection. Now, Mr. Bailey, this is a rather limited area of inquiry with this witness.
I understand that.
Thank you.
Is there any regulation, quite apart from the Health and Safety Code, in the manual of the LAPD that requires you, when you're in charge of a homicide scene, to notify the coroner promptly?
Not unless I'm instructed by the investigating detective.
What regulation are you referring to that says you're exempted from that obligation unless the investigating detective orders you to?
That's our department's policy, sir.
Where is the policy printed? Can you tell us?
No, I can't.
Is it any part of Section 238.46 of Volume 4?
I don't know.
Have you ever read that section?
Probably, but I don't remember how long it's been. But yes, I probably have. I read the entire manual when I was studying for sergeant, so.
But you don't now recall what's in it.
Not that section, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you that section?
Possibly.
May I do so?
You may. Yes.
You examine that.
Which section is it? This one here? 238.46?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you find anything in that section that exempts you from needing to notify the coroner until the detectives arrive?
Yes.
Would you read the section, or that part of it, which you believe exempts you from that obligation?
It shall be the responsibility of the investigating officer to notify the coroner of deaths occurring. And I was a preliminary investigating sergeant, and I take this as investigating officer, meaning the responding detectives.
Okay. Now, when you personally observe another policeman violating the law, what is your obligation?
Overruled. I think we've already asked this question, though. Sustained. Yesterday.
Sorry. Are you familiar with Section 210.46 of Volume 1, dealing with misconduct of officers and the duty to report?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever hear any detective call the coroner that morning?
No, I did not.
Did you ever report the fact that the detectives had violated the rules of the manual?
Sustain.
What obligations do you have to make reports of homicide investigations of this sort when you are at least temporarily in charge of the matter?
The only obligation that I have is to ensure that a crime scene log is being completed.
And how did you carry out that obligation that morning?
When I arrived at the scene, I asked Sergeant Marty Kuhn, who was handling the crime scene log, and he indicated that it was a police officer by the name of Chris Cummings, and he was standing very close to my proximity, and I saw that he was in fact engaged in that duty.
And did you take any further steps to assure that the crime scene log was being accurately carried out?
No, sir.
Have you ever examined it to see that it reflects what you remember?
Have I ever examined the crime scene log? Yes, I've looked at it.
Okay. Did you find inaccuracies there that you were able to report to a log?
No.
According to the crime scene log, are various people on the scene at given times, and the departure reported is unknown, if you know?
I'm sorry, sir, what was the question?
If you know.
If I know what?
Whether or not, as to certain people, including the lieutenant and your superior, Captain Dial, the departure time was logged as unknown. Did you ever inquire into that?
No, I did not.
Did you notice, for instance, that Detective Phillips arrived at 2:10 and didn't leave till 10 a.m. from Bundy?
I believe I saw what time he logged in. I don't know what time he left.
My question is, when you reviewed the crime scene log, did you notice that according to it, Detective Phillips arrived at Bundy at 2:10 and didn't depart till 10 a.m.?
No, I didn't note that.
You know that's false, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that's false.
Didn't he call you from Rockingham?
Yes, sir, he did.
You now know it's false, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. But this is the first time that's been brought to your attention.
Yes.
I take it that your review was somewhat cursory.
Yes, probably so.
Okay. And of course, that same entry as to Detective Furman would be wrong, wouldn't it?
Possibly. It's not my job to review the crime scene log, sir. That goes to the detectives.
I thought you did review it,
I looked at it.
but because it was not your job, you didn't look at it carefully. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't scrutinize it, no.
Okay. Now, when Officer Risky called you first, I take it you did not note the time on any piece of paper or log.
No, I didn't.
Did you satisfy yourself from your conversation with him that the victims were both deceased?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he touched the eye of one of the victims to ascertain that?
Not at that time, no.
Did you later learn that?
Yes, sir.
Did you later learn how he accomplished that?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me he went around to the north side of the male victim, and I believe he said he reached through the fence.
So that he wasn't trampling on the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When he said the crime scene is secure, as I understand it, you accepted that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know at the time you accepted it that his training in crime scene protection was entirely superficial?
It was Sergeant Kuhn who told me the crime scene was secure.
I thought you told us yesterday that Officer Risky told you that before Sergeant Coons arrived. Did you not?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say that.
Well, he did call me, and he told
Did
me
you
what
say
they
it?
had, but I don't remember saying that.
Did you say that? Yes.
I don't remember.
Now, how would you like to leave it? Did you or did you not at any time rely on the testimony or the statement of Officer Risky that the crime scene was secure?
I may have. I don't remember if
All
he
right.
told me that or not.
And if you did rely on that, did you know at the time that his training was by his own account superficial?
Objection, that was safe testimony.
I'm sorry, glossed
Same.
over.
Objection, still the safe testimony, that's not really training.
Sustain.
Did Officer Risky ever tell you, when you were discussing the security of the crime scene, that his training in crime scene protection had been glossed over?
No, sir.
Objection, that was safe testimony.
Overruled.
Okay. I think you mentioned yesterday that Detective Phillips was making notes at the crime scene?
He had a notepad with him.
No. Did you see him writing notes?
I don't believe I saw him writing notes. I assumed he had been.
Okay. Now, was there some interest in learning the identity of the male victim at the crime scene?
Not by me, but I'm assuming there was by the detectives.
You mean during the 45 minutes that you were in charge, you didn't care who he was?
It wasn't that I didn't care, sir. It wasn't part of my job. I was more interested in securing the evidence there.
Was it important to notify his next of kin who might be threatened, as you agreed Mr. Simpson might be?
It was important, I think, if I was instructed to do so by the detectives, but at that point, that wasn't what I was going to do.
Is the police department frozen tight until the detectives arrive?
In some cases, yes.
On this occasion, apparently. Is that so?
To a certain extent, I was waiting for instructions from the detectives, yes, sir.
Okay. After 300 homicides, you didn't incline yourself to try and find out who had been killed. Is that right?
No, I did not.
Okay. What was the purpose in taking and running through the computer the tag numbers on the vehicles in the area?
Possible witnesses?
Was it of interest to you to know which of the two victims might have been the primary target of the assassin or assassins?
Objections.
Overruled.
I think that would be interesting to know from a detective standpoint, yes, sir.
Not something in which you had an interest?
No.
Okay. Is it true that until 5 o'clock on June 13th, nobody knew that the male victim was Ronald Goldman? If you know.
I don't know.
Is it true that as of 5 o'clock a.m., when you were on the phone with West Tech, trying to help the officers get into Mr. Simpson's home, that you had no idea who the victim was?
That's true.
And when is the first time you ever heard the name Ronald Goldman?
I don't remember. I don't remember even it was that day.
Did you read it in the papers?
Oh, I may have. I don't recall.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Sergeant Rossi, is it your job to take notes at a crime scene?
No, it's not.
Is it your job to notify the coroner?
No, it's not.
Is it your job to direct the investigation?
No, it is not.
Is it your job to call for a criminalist to appear?
No.
Is it your job to ask for a photographer to come?
No.
Is it your job to ask for a print expert to get there?
No.
Is it your job to direct the search at a crime scene
No.
or the collection of evidence?
No.
What is your job when you go to a crime scene?
As a watch commander, my job is to ensure that the crime scene is secure and that any evidence is protected, and to make the necessary notifications to the detectives and to my command staff.
So you are not trained per se in homicide investigation, is that right?
Sustained.
Are you trained in homicide investigation, sir?
No.
And so are you there to maintain the scene for the detective who is trained in homicide investigation?
That is correct.
And so when you say it's your job to secure the crime scene, as you referred to checking the perimeter in your testimony yesterday, do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were talking about in terms of securing the crime scene?
That's correct.
So you make sure the crime scene tape is where it's supposed to be,
That's part of it, yes.
and that nobody goes in through the tape who isn't supposed to.
That's correct.
And you do that until the detective who's handling the case gets there?
Yes, I do.
Now, you indicated that you've been to, what, 300 homicide?
In the neighborhood of 250 to 300 in my career, yes.
And have you been to other homicide scenes in your capacity as sergeant, watch commander on previous homicide cases?
Yes, I have.
And in those other homicide cases where you appeared as in your capacity as watch commander, what function did you perform?
The exact same function that I performed at this homicide.
You mean in those other cases you did not notify the coroner?
No, ma'am.
You did not attempt to ascertain the identity of the victims?
No, I did not.
You did not attempt to call for criminalists
No.
or photographers
No.
or notify coroners?
No. I have done that, but only under the direction of the detective.
when the detective handling the case asked you to do him a favor and help him out.
That's exactly right.
So this case was no different than the others.
No, it's not.
Been patient. Every question is leading.
Sustain.
Now, you indicated that you needed to observe the scene before before you saw the detectives who were going to handle the case.
Yes,
Why is that?
because the detectives will come to me before anybody else and ask me what we had here, and I need to give them a brief overview of the scene, so when they start walking through it and taking a look at it, they know where to step and where not to step and what to be looking out for.
Okay, I think you indicated yesterday that Officer Risky told you he thought one of the victims might be related to Mr. Simpson. Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
But at the point that you got there, was there a confirmation of that information?
No, there was no confirmation.
Have you ever made notification to the next of kin in a homicide case?
No, I have not.
Are you aware of any policy with respect to how it's supposed to be done, by telephone or in person?
That's done in person if at all possible.
And is it also a requirement that you confirm the identity of the victim before you go making notifications?
By all means.
So until it's confirmed that what the victim's identity is,
Check. Come on. That's it.
Sustain. It's leading.
which question was leading? Sorry.
Oh.
Come on over here to side where, without the water. Ms. Clark, you may continue.
Was I?
I think we were talking about notifications.
Right, thank you. What is the policy, or what is the routine with respect to discovery of the identity of the victims and when you make notification?
Well, again, I think that has to be judged on, each case has to be judged on its own merit, and that's what the detectives do. I think it's hard to give a pat answer on something like that.
Mm-hmm. Now, what is if you know, do you know what the policy is with respect to who's allowed to touch the bodies of the victims?
No, I don't.
Now, you remained on the scene after the detectives arrived, did you not?
Yes,
For what purpose?
just to avail myself to them if they needed me to do anything for them or direct any of my police officers to do anything.
So is it your duty to assist the investigating officers once they arrive?
Yes,
And you stayed there until how long? Till when?
I believe I left right around 4:10.
Now, did you just take off by yourself, or what? How'd you get to go?
No, I returned to the police station with Sergeant Hussey. He drove me to the police station.
And who let you go?
Captain Dial released me from the scene.
She said she relieved you at that point, or were you relieved by someone?
Well, I had been relieved by, as far as the responsibility of in charge of the scene, by Detective Phillips prior to that. I was just checking with my commanding officer who was there and letting her know that I was interested in leaving to complete some paperwork that I had to do, and she said, fine.
Oh, yeah, you, I believe counsel was asking you if you asked Officer Risky what he meant by secured, that the crime scene was secured. You remember that?
Do I remember being asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
And you did not ask him what he meant by that?
No,
Why not?
because I knew what he meant by that.
Is that common knowledge among police officers, what that means?
Yes, it is.
And what does it mean?
It means that the crime scene is secured and no one unauthorized is allowed to enter the scene, and that any evidence is being protected.
And does it mean anything with respect to whether or not there are injured victims or suspects still around?
Please repeat the question.
Does it also have any meaning concerning whether or not there are suspects in the area of the crime scene still, or injured victims needing attention in the area of the crime scene?
As far as the crime scene being secured?
Right.
Yes.
What does it mean with respect to that?
Well, it means that that there, in this particular case, there were two victims of homicide still within the immediate crime scene.
And what does it mean with respect to suspects being in the immediate crime scene?
That there may be. As far as this particular situation was concerned, when Officer Risky was talking to me, if you recall, he hadn't had a chance to look in the house yet. So is that what you're getting at?
No. When you appeared at the scene, when
Yes.
you arrived at 875 South Bundy, it was about 1:30?
Yes.
And by that time, had Officer Risky gone into the house?
Yes.
And at that time, did Officer Risky tell you that the crime scene was secured?
Yes.
Okay. And what did that mean to you with respect to whether or not there was a suspect in that condominium or on that walkway?
Okay. At that point, then that meant to me that there were no suspects.
In that area?
That's correct.
And what did that mean to you with respect to whether or not there were still injured parties in need of attention, living victims in need of attention in that area?
That there were none.
Counsel was asking you yesterday about invisible shoe prints. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, you talked about wanting to preserve the evidence at the crime scene. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what is the point of preserving the evidence? When you say the evidence, what are you talking about?
Obvious evidence.
Things connected to the commission of the crime
Yes.
that might help solve the case?
Yes.
Now, that walkway where you saw the bloody shoe prints, Jonathan? See it on your monitor, sir?
Yes.
And do you see what you were referring to earlier about the bloody shoe prints?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, that walkway, those shoe prints going down towards the rear alley, away from the bodies of the victims, that walkway leads, runs from the front of the residence back to the driveway at the rear, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is exhibit number 45E.
45E, thank you. Let me know before you change exhibits. Thank you.
And could we have 45F?
Your Honor, we intend to change the photograph. This is 45F.
And what do you see there, sir?
The same walkway.
Okay. And the same walkway, and do you see more of those bloody shoe prints you were talking about?
Yes.
You could look up at the screen for a moment, sir. Can you see it from where you are?
Yes.
Okay, I'm circling with the laser. Are these the bloody shoe prints you're talking about?
Yes, they are.
And down here?
That's correct.
All right, so that would be the walkway that you use to go from the rear driveway up to the front door?
Yes.
Now, if there were invisible shoe prints, given the location of that walkway, excuse me, how significant would that be to you in terms of whether or not they were connected to the commission of this crime?
It wouldn't be that significant because I would imagine they could have been anybody's. I was more keen in on what I could see and what related to the crime.
So if there were invisible shoe prints, you said they could be from anyone?
I would imagine so.
Could be lots of prints there that were made maybe weeks, months ago?
Again, Your Honor.
It's the stain, it's leading.
Okay, the fact that these shoe prints were bloody, is that what made them significant to you?
Objection.
It's a stain.
What made these bloody shoe prints significant to you? I'm sorry.
The fact that they were bloody.
And why's that?
Because of the blood at the immediate homicide scene.
And was there a lot of blood around the bodies of the victims, sir?
Yes, there was.
How many sets of bloody shoe prints did you see?
I saw one set, 2 prints.
Could we get the Ricky?
This next photograph will be exhibit number 48F.
Right?
Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you see the little tag that's on the ground just inside the gate?
Yes.
And is that the rear gate?
Yes.
And what do you recall seeing in that location in the early morning hours of June the 13th?
There was a blood spot on the ground.
Close up.
Yes, Your Honor, this is exhibit number 48G.
And is that the appearance, if you can recall, of the blood drop that you saw just inside the rear gate?
Yes.
It's fine. Council, may I see the copy of the case to show the witness from the manual? Thank you. So you were shown this page by council, section 238.46 of the LAPD manual.
Yes,
And in it, and you were asked if there was anything in it that exempts you from having to notify the coroner at a homicide investigation,
yes,
and you said there was.
yes, sir.
And then you read, it shall be the responsibility of the investigating officers to notify the coroner of all deaths occurring.
Yes, ma'am.
Investigating officer. Is that one of those terms that you all understand what that means?
Yes.
And what does it mean?
It means the responding detectives.
You're not a detective, are you?
No, ma'am.
You're a sergeant?
I'm a sergeant.
And so in saying the investigating officers in that manual, does that refer to you at all?
No, it does not.
I have nothing further.
And Ms. Clark, do you have your next witness available? Do you have your next witness available? All right, Mr. Bailey, recross.
As I understand it, your view of that regulation is that when the investigating officers arrived, it was then that the obligation to notify the coroner arose. Is that right?
It was their responsibility.
Uh-huh. And you watched them violate that responsibility for 6 hours, didn't you?
No, sir.
Objection. That's argumentative.
Sustained. Sustained.
Did you ever hear them call the coroner?
No, I didn't.
Did you mention to them their responsibility under that section at any time?
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Why not?
It's not my place to, sir.
You watched them violate a regulation. It's not your place to do anything about it?
Sustained. It's argumentative.
Doesn't section 210.46 require you to report misconduct by officers even if they're your superiors?
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Okay. Now, you said on redirect examination, in response to a whole series of questions, that you really had no duty to do anything during your tenure as senior person at the scene except protect it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it a fact that your obligation after initially deploying people to the scene was to work as partners in preliminary investigations and compare notes to make sure that all facts had been gathered? Was that your obligation?
With whom?
All the people at the scene before the detectives got there.
No.
It was not your obligation. No. Okay. Was it your obligation to locate and identify witnesses, request them to remain for questioning, and question them separately?
Counsel seems to be reading from something.
I'm putting questions, Your Honor.
He's asking questions, so you can't see each other's notes when you're asking questions, but the counsel, the source of that should be pretty obvious.
Do you remember the question?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was that your obligation?
Yes, if it's possible to obtain witnesses, I should.
Was it your obligation to establish the elements of the crime and other details relating to who, what, when, where, why, and how, and complete the necessary reports? Was that your obligation?
Only if possible.
Can you tell us how you carried out, if at all, this latter obligation?
I did not do that, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the requirement that you do that?
No.
Did you ever read a publication put out by the LAPD called General Reporting Instructions?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever read a section called Conducting the Investigation within that publication?
Not that I recall.
May this be marked for identification? Certainly.
Mr. Robertson. 1014. Ms. Clark, how about if I have Ms. Robertson have a photocopy made for you?
There's only one short section. I show you what will be marked as Defense 1014 for identification, and ask you if you've ever seen that writing before.
I may have, but I'm not sure.
Would you then please read the section to which I'm pointing entitled Conducting the Investigation to see if your recollection is refreshed as to what your obligations were that
After-
morning?
You want me to read this whole thing?
I want you to read it to yourself to see if it helps you remember what you should have been doing.
Yes,
Sustained. Jury to disregard the last comment by Mr. Bailey, being argumentative.
I did most of that, sir.
All right, now, a moment ago, I asked you whether or not you had an obligation to perform these duties. You realize now I was reading from your own general reporting instructions manual, right?
Yes.
Okay. But I believe you said that you had no obligation to establish the elements of the crime and other details relating to who, what, when, where, why, and how, and complete the necessary reports. Do you wish to change that answer?
No, I don't.
All right. Is it set forth here that that is your obligation?
If that is possible.
Do you
In this
disagree
case,
with
it
the
wasn't
manual?
possible.
Do you disagree with the manual?
No, I don't disagree with the manual.
Okay. So you are saying that the reason you didn't undertake to perform that segment of what is printed here is because it was not possible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also, I believe, told us that your duty to preserve evidence was only to preserve that which is obvious. Was that your statement on the redirect?
Yes, it was.
And if evidence is not obvious to you, it's okay to obliterate it. Is that correct?
Of course not.
Well, then why did you restrict your obligation to preserve obvious evidence?
Because obvious evidence is the first evidence you see.
Okay, but what about evidence that's not obvious, like fingerprints on glasses and other things of that sort?
That's important.
Is that part of your duty to protect because it's obvious or because you can't see it? Or why?
If it's within the crime scene, yes.
All right. Tell me what steps, if any, you took to protect that portion of what might be evidence that was not visible to the naked eye.
The area was cordoned off and nobody unauthorized was allowed into it.
Well, you say unauthorized. Where in the manual does it mandate that you as a watch commander awaiting detectives go to the crime scene personally and go past the tape once it's been secured? Where in the manual?
I have no idea.
Is that something you do simply because it's a habit?
That was something I do because that's mandated by our detectives.
Well, you have disclaimed, as I understand it, any expertise or responsibility for solving the crime. Have you not?
For solving the crime, that's
Yeah.
correct, yes.
All right. Well, if that's so, why in the world would you jeopardize the crime scene by walking on it?
I didn't jeopardize the crime scene by walking on it.
Okay. Did you really have any business at all in inspecting those bodies that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right, and where in the manual is it mandated that you do that?
I have no idea.
It isn't mandated in the manual anywhere, is it, Sergeant?
I don't know.
When was the last time you read the manual, do you remember?
Cover to cover? About 15 years ago.
And any part thereof?
Probably 3 to 4 times a week.
Okay. Now, did you receive, a complaint from the coroner's office for failing to notify them?
No, sir.
Did you learn that the coroner felt that the law had been violated and he'd been kept from the scene?
Sustained.
Did anyone discuss with you at any time, after you returned to your station or before, the issue of the failure to notify the coroner to come to the scene?
Objection, that's been passed on evidence.
Overruled.
No, sir.
To this day, you have never been queried as to why that didn't happen.
Objection.
Is that right?
Overruled.
That's facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
No, I have not.
Am I the first one ever to question you as to why the coroner wasn't notified?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. One more question. You said you saw a single set of footprints. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
How would you know that?
I saw 2 footprints.
Are you an expert in footprints?
No.
Did you examine or photograph the footprints?
Just now, you mean?
No, at the scene.
No.
There were no photographs taken until you left at 4:10, were there?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
Argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't remember photographs were taken while I was there or not.
You never saw a flash bulb go off, did you?
Right.
It was not light enough to take photographs by natural light, was it?
I have no idea.
You don't know if it was dark or not, Sergeant?
I know it was dark.
You do.
Yes.
Can you take photographs by natural light when it's dark?
Objection, no.
If you know.
I don't know cameras that well, sir. I don't know.
Okay. Now, how did you ascertain that there was a single set of footprints, Sergeant Rossi?
I saw 2 bloody shoe prints.
A left and a right, 2 lefts, what were they?
Oh, I don't know. I saw 2.
And how do you know that all the prints that you saw, both of them, were made by one set of feet?
I don't know that.
Okay. Where exactly, between the 2 gates, did you see these footprints?
Approximately half the way between the rear gate and the front part of the house. Halfway down the walkway, I should say.
Halfway down the walkway.
Yes, sir.
Now, you know today, from just having viewed a picture of it, that there is no walkway, don't you?
There's no walkway?
No. Bring up 48, please.
Mr. Bailey, which letter?
The 2 that you showed before, one was G. Yeah.
E and F for the footprints.
E.
All right, well, as long as you brought that one up, stop there. Did you see this, could you bring that back for a minute? Take advantage of your inadvertence.
48G, close-up of a blood spot.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey, do you want me to pull back up 48E?
The blood spot.
48G.
The blood spot.
What I first pulled up. This is 48G, Your Honor. The first one was 48E.
Did you see that blood spot that morning?
I saw a blood spot that morning.
Well, I understood you to say on redirect examination that you recognize this blood spot, do you or don't you?
No objection, that was testimony.
Sustained.
What did you mean to say about this blood spot when it was shown to you during redirect?
Overruled.
I saw a blood spot in the beginning of the walkway area.
Does that look like the blood spot you saw that morning?
It looks like the area where I saw one.
Look at the spot, if you will, on your screen. You notice that it's pretty much circular?
Yes,
Was the spot that you looked at that morning, that you alluded to in your redirect examination, a circular spot of that type?
yes,
Do you have any training at all in blood spots?
no,
Can you tell from looking at that spot that whoever dropped it was standing still?
no.
You can't, okay. Bring up E, please, and print that if you will.
Do you wish this particular photo printed?
Yes, please. 1015, Mr. Robertson? I'm correct.
No, it's already, this is already People's 48G.
Now, People's 48E.
E is a sheet right.
45.
I'm sorry, 48G. Right.
People's 45E.
All right, is that the area where you saw shoe prints?
I believe I saw it a little bit farther down than that, sir.
All right. Do you recognize where we are in that photograph?
Isn't that towards the front of the house?
Well, you're the witness.
That's what it appears to me, yes.
Is that what you recognize from your visit to the scene?
Well, I didn't walk that far, but that's what it looks like to me.
You never went up the steps, did you?
No, I didn't.
Any entry you had to the part of the walkway or series of steps and walkway nearest the alley was through the alley gate, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how far from the alley gate, in feet, if you can tell us, were the two prints that you thought were bloody footprints?
50 feet,
50 feet.
approximately.
Could you tell me how you were able to see them, since yesterday you told us you never went more than 30 feet from the gate?
Did I say that? Well, then maybe 30 feet, I'm sorry.
Would you like to elect one of the two
I think it was
as
probably
your
closer.
final statement on the matter?
I think it was probably closer to 50 feet.
50 feet, okay. You don't think you went any further than that?
No, I know I didn't.
So as we view the evidence, we ought to find some bloody footprints 50 feet from the gate,
Yes, sir.
or less, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any other footprints at any time?
No, I didn't.
Did you look for any other footprints?
Yeah, I used a flashlight, but like I said, I didn't go any farther past the ones that I saw.
But when you came upon this set, and you had your flashlight in your hand, did you shine it down the walkway to see if there were other and further footprints?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you see?
I didn't notice any at that point.
All right. So apparently, some person had walked a distance from the crime scene toward the rear gate, and suddenly their soles got bloody. Is that what it appeared to you?
No.
Can you tell me whether or not, under the terms of the manual that govern the conduct of all police officers in LAPD, it is a requirement that all employees of the department are to conform with its rules and provisions at all times? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark?
Those shoe prints that are being shown right now in 45E, CD?
Yes, that's 45E.
When you pointed them out for the jury earlier, sir, this is to demonstrate what the ones you saw looked like?
No, I object.
Sustained.
Are those shoe prints, do those shoe prints in 45E look like the ones you saw where, from your position halfway down the walkway?
Yes, I do.
And how far beyond the shoe prints that you saw halfway down, approximately halfway down the alley, were you able to see with your flashlight?
Halfway down the walkway.
Right. You said you were halfway down the walkway and you told us that you shone your flashlight down the walkway to see if you could see anything else.
That's correct.
How far ahead were you able to see?
Oh, maybe 10 feet. I'm not exactly sure. It wasn't all that far.
Ronnie, we had trouble printing yesterday, and you'd asked us to have him draw on the Sunday.
What's the status of our,
Your Honor, it is again fully operational. We repaired the slight wiring problem, disabled the printer.
all right, Ms. Clark, refresh my recollection. Which photograph is this?
This is 43B1.
All right, you may approach.
Sir, if you recall it yesterday, we were showing you this photograph and trying to have your path, the path you took up to the call box area at the front of the condominium in 875 South Bundy, and how you avoided the walkway,
Yes, I do.
and you indicated that you took a path that took you through the grass,
Yes,
and we were trying to trace it, but it wouldn't print. Remember that?
yes, I do.
All right. Would you please?
These are foundational questions, counsel. We give them some leeway on these.
Could you please trace your path now, sir?
It was over to the left of these plants.
That black pen isn't showing up very well, is it? You get a red one.
Ms. Clark, I have a red mark salon.
That's good.
I think that's what black is. There you go. Sure. Better?
Ended up right about there.
For the record, the witness has put an arc in red on it. I'm going to show it on the Elmo now, and perhaps if this is not distinct enough, we have a capability to print now. We're going to just do it again in the draw system.
Please.
Can we cut the page, Your Honor? I'm sorry. All right, the arc that you've drawn on this Exhibit 43B1, sir, is that arc describe your path that you took up to the call box in order to examine the scene?
Yes, it does.
And from that vantage point, what evidence were you able to see?
I was able to see a male and a female victim of apparent homicide.
And did you, from that vantage point, were you able to see evidence in the area at the feet of Ron Goldman?
Yes, I was.
And what were you able to see?
I was able to see an envelope and a dark-colored knit cap and a black glove or a dark-colored glove.
Now, you indicated, I think that's good enough. You indicated, sir, that you walked 50 feet down the alley?
Down the walkway?
I'm sorry, down the walkway?
Approximately, yes.
Right. And that's when you saw that last set of bloody shoe prints?
Yes.
Is that an approximation, that distance, sir?
Yes, it is.
How many feet do people have?
2.
And you saw how many shoe prints?
I saw 2.
Not 4.
No?
Council was showing you what it purports to be a section from the LAPD manual called General Reporting Instructions.
Yes.
Maybe approach better.
I don't think we need to. Mr. Bailey, you want to take your seat?
Sure, Your Honor.
You want to take your seat, please? Thank you.
Please.
All right, so now the jury can see it too. First of all, conducting the investigation. Were you conducting the investigation, sir?
No.
Now, you notice that after that first paragraph, talks about officers working in partners, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then it says that there's a duty to notify the investigating unit without delay if there's a need for an immediate major crime investigation,
yes,
and start a crime scene log if appropriate. See that?
yes, I do.
Did you do that?
Yes,
Did you notify investigating unit right away?
yes, I did.
And you started a crime scene log? Or you make sure one was?
I made sure one was started.
And then protecting the scene, e.g. banner tape. Does that mean that crime scene tape that we saw in the photographs you talked about?
Yes,
And did you make sure that that was done?
yes, I did.
And that the tape was placed in the appropriate position?
Yes,
And it says locate items that could identify the suspect or show how the crime was committed? It says that? Is
yes.
it on the line?
I take that as evidence, yes, I do, we did that.
Do you know how you can possibly do that if you don't cross the crime scene tape and look at the crime scene?
Not, no, not thoroughly, that's for sure.
Can you fly?
No,
You gotta walk on your feet?
yes, I do.
And in order to preserve things like fingerprints, is that how the crime scene tape is put up there?
Crime scene tapes put up to disallow people who are not authorized to enter the crime scene,
And why is that? And why do you want to do that?
to protect the evidence from any type of contamination.
And do you know of any way to make sure that the appropriate distance around the evidence is protected? Let me see if I can say it. Do you know of any way to determine where the crime scene tape should be placed without looking to see what the evidence is?
No,
With respect to locate and identify witnesses, what, if anything, did you ascertain with respect to the attempt to locate and identify witnesses when you were at the scene?
when I arrived, I was told that there was one team out knocking on doors in the immediate area, trying to get possible witnesses.
Now, with respect to establishing the elements of the crime and other details and complete the necessary reports. First of all, the necessary reports. What report?
I object. Read, Your Honor. You have to read the whole paragraph and not leave out the key words.
Overruled, it's being displayed for the jurors so they can make their own determination. Ms. Clark.
With respect to complete the necessary reports, what kind of reports is the watch commander required to make?
At the scene of a homicide,
Mm-hmm.
the crime scene log.
Is that yes?
I'm sorry, yes. I'm doing. Okay, the crime scene log, are you required to fill that out, sir?
No, I am required to make sure that it is filled out.
That someone is doing it?
That's correct.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Is there any other report that you were required to complete?
No.
With respect to establishing the elements of the crime and other details relating to who, what, when, where, why, and how, can you explain what that means, what kind of duty that imposes on the watch commander at a homicide scene?
That is not generally what the watch commander does. That is usually left up to the responding detectives.
Now, this section overall, sir, entitled General Reporting Instructions. Tell us what is this? Is this a rule book you have to follow hard and fast? Does it govern every detail of your work, your specific work as a watch commander especially?
No, it's just what they say. It says general instructions, the reference.
And is there anything in these sections that have been shown to you by counsel that specifically refers to what your duties as a watch commander should be at a homicide scene?
Other than notifying the responding detectives and securing it, no.
All right, Madam Reporter, why don't we take this opportunity to change paper? 5 minutes, promise. So you can just relax a little, stretch your legs, use the facilities there if you need to. I need to take a look at a few exhibits out of your presence, so about 5 minutes if you'll just step back into the jury room, please. Like there for a moment. Don't go away though. All right, counsel, which do you want to pull out the card that you want?
It is 45F, their exhibit. The fact that they haven't introduced it yet, I don't think bars it from my use. They prepared it in their search for truth.
It's marked 45F, and that
But
means.
it's been introduced.
That's their number, P45.
That is the same.
No, that's not the diagram, that's the
Talking
picture.
about the diagram.
Oh, I don't I don't know either.
All right,
We learned from Mr. Fairlaw that it exists.
Yes, Your Honor, however, this particular diagram has not yet been decided by the people whether or not it will be used with a witness, so it has not yet been marked.
all right. Do we have it here in the courtroom?
It's the entire splendid coming up from one walkway to the other. It's a drawing.
All right, is it here in the courtroom?
We'll sell it to them, Your Honor.
I'm sure you will.
Yep.
Is it here in the courtroom? Simple question, yes or no? Not in the courtroom.
I think it's been that.
I've seen it in this courtroom.
We modify these boards from time to time before we present them. I know, I have an idea of what board they're talking about, and I haven't approved the use of the board. They want to pay for the board.
No,
mind. I
no,
don't
we
mind
don't need to
giving
get into
Council
this.
refers to it is being worked on, it hasn't been completed. It's in the process of having photographs.
All right, well, simple question, it's not here, correct?
Correct.
It was completed when I saw it,
No,
at least for the purposes for which I'd like to use it with this witness.
All right, well, Mr. Bailey, it's not here, and we're going to finish, I hope.
All right, maybe we suspend with this witness until we have a chance to obtain the document. I would like him to show
I
where these
assume,
migrant footprints were located.
I assume that the defense also has their own scale drawing of the scene available to them, or we can ask one of the TV stations for their 3D mock-ups of the crime scene.
I think we so admired the prosecution's handiwork, we may have chosen to rely on it, Your Honor.
Ron, we turned over,
No, counsel, I assume both sides have a scale drawing accessible to them. If yours was available immediately and there was no objection, we'd use yours. Yours isn't here, we'll proceed. All right, have we given the jurors 5 minutes?
I think we still have 2 minutes left.
Looks that way.
Take my 2 minutes.
All right, Deputy Higgins, let's have the jury, please. Do.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Let's finish with him what we can do.
That's the only question I have
That's it.
left.
All right.
So I have no recross without the exhibit, and I informed the court that according to Mr. Henner's.
All right.
Someone have a seat, please. We're still missing one juror. Sergeant, I want you to retake the witness stand, please. All right, let the record reflect that we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Bailey, I understand that you need a exhibit and that you have concluded with this witness until we have that exhibit.
I have been saved by co-counselor.
All right.
I'm
Proceed.
about to mark as defense, I think, 2016. Record show, I'm showing counsel what will become 1016 for identification.
All right, defense 1015.
Rossi, as you look at defense 1015 for identification, are you able to recognize this overhead sketch of the floor plan of 875 Bundy?
No.
Are you able to see any part of that sketch that purports to set forth the walkway that you entered from the alley that morning?
You'd have to point it out, sir. I can't read schematics very well.
Could you put an arrow, please, on the alley entrance to the walkway? You will recall, Sergeant, that you said it was adjacent to the garage.
Yes.
You see the garage?
Yes.
Do you recognize Bundy in that sketch?
Okay, now I do.
Okay.
And you moved it, yes?
Can you point out to us on that sketch the front gate, represented by an arc, I believe?
No.
Mr. Harris, would you circle the front gate, please? Do you see the red cross, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
Objection, Your Honor, incorrect.
Well,
Check it out.
That's the problem. We need a witness to testify, not Mr. Harris.
I want Mr. Harris to indicate, for purposes of cross-examination, a point and ask the witness
all right, the
if he
objection's over,
recognizes.
counsel. You don't need to talk to each other. You need to talk to me about this.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, do you have an arrow? There you go. Thank you.
Do you recognize that spot, Sergeant?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay.
That's a schematic, sir.
What's that?
That's a schematic.
That's correct.
I've never seen this before.
I understand that, but you were on the scene, were you not?
I was on the scene, yes.
All right. And are you able to derive from that experience enough memory to place yourself on the schematic?
No,
Okay.
not the schematic.
All right. Would you please place an indicator on the rear gate, that schematic? Defense 1015.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, counsel, you can Hold on.
We have a witness. There should be a question for this place for the witness.
Mr. Harris is waiting, Your Honor, at your direction.
No, proceed, counsel.
Okay. Would you locate the arrow? The rear gate on the schematic. Right. Sergeant Rossi, do you recognize on the schematic that place?
No, but if you tell me that's the rear gate, I'll believe you.
Well, I don't want you to take anything for granted. Do you see what purport to be steps, up and down steps?
That doesn't look like steps to me, sir.
Did you go down any steps that night when you entered the alley, either with Phillips or with Risky?
Yes.
Okay. And after you went down steps, did you then go up some steps?
Yes.
And then did you descend a second set of steps?
I don't recall.
Can you tell us with respect to the steps that you went down and then up where you saw what you thought were two bloody footprints?
If that is the walkway, I saw the footprints approximately halfway down the walkway towards Bundy.
All right. Do you see the scale on the bottom showing it's 170 feet?
Objection, that's basically what's on the diagram.
Overruled.
170 feet out to Bundy.
Overruled. Jury can see the same thing.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. Now, can you locate yourself with respect to the steps that you went down and then up? And tell us where precisely you saw these footprints, Sergeant Rossi,
About halfway down that walkway, sir.
with respect to the steps.
About 50 feet from those steps.
The down steps or the up steps?
The ones by the gate, closest to the gate.
50 feet from the steps going down, nearest the rear gate,
Nearest the rear gate.
you saw bloody footprints.
As I recall, yes.
All right. Do I take it then that you saw the footprints before you proceeded up the steps you just told us you climbed?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Then you see a very brief level area between the second set of steps and the third set as you walk from the alley toward Bundy.
If that's what that is.
Well, assuming that that's what it is that where the footprints were?
Objection, Your Honor, this witness.
Overruled.
I can't accurately testify to that, sir, off the schematic. I'm sorry.
You saw them twice that morning?
Yes,
They were pointed out, you discovered them with Officer Risky,
that's correct.
and then you took Detective Phillips so you could point them out to him.
Yes, sir.
Are you today unable to locate those footprints on that schematic?
If I was at the scene, I'd be able to, but not off the schematic.
You cannot locate with respect to the steps where you say you saw footprints.
Not accurately. All I was recall is that they were approximately 50 feet from the gate as you entered that walkway, going towards the front of the house.
Would 50 feet from the gate be on a set of steps, or did you see them on level ground?
It was level ground.
But you're unable to tell us which level segment of that walkway is what you have in mind.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Clark, anything on that issue? All right. Sergeant Rossi, thank you very much. You're now excused as a witness. I'm going to direct you not to discuss your testimony with anybody else until the case has been concluded. Thank you very much, sir. All right, well, he's an LAPD officer. He's easily available. We know where to find him. All right, thank you, Sergeant. Next witness.
Detective Ron Phillips.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat for witness stand and state the spelling your first and last name for the record.
Ronald Phillips, Ronald, Phillips, Phillips.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the City of Los Angeles, currently assigned to West Los Angeles Detectives, where I work the homicide unit.
Now, how long have you been assigned to that particular job?
I've been a detective since 1978. I've worked West Los Angeles Detectives since 1989, and I've worked the homicide unit the last year and a half.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
Well, I'm a homicide coordinator is what I am. I supervise a homicide unit. My responsibilities are as soon as a homicide occurs in the West Los Angeles area, I am notified by the watch commander or by my commanding officer, who would be Lieutenant Spangler, that a homicide has occurred and request that I roll to the scene. I will then make the determination on how many other detectives out of my homicide unit will roll to that crime scene, and then I will assign that crime scene to a particular detective or team of detectives to handle it. I do not investigate the homicides myself.
Did you at one time?
Yes.
And when was that?
The first homicide I ever investigated was back in 1970 in Rampart Division. And I went on loan to Robbery Homicide Division and worked a major officer-involved shooting where a Los Angeles police officer was killed. I've worked some homicides in Northeast, 77th, and Harbor Division. I've also worked several homicides in relationship to working as a robbery detective, where victims of stores or suspects in the commission of robberies were killed in these robberies, and I either indirectly or directly was involved in those homicide investigations as a robbery detective.
And how long were you a robbery detective?
Since 1978, I've been a robbery detective probably 75–80% of the time.
And you've been a police officer for how long?
28 years.
With Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
How much of that time has been spent in West Los Angeles?
As I said, I went to West Los Angeles Division in February of 1989.
Now, as of June 12th, 1994, what was your assignment?
I was the West Los Angeles Homicide Coordinator. I was also the West Los Angeles MAC Coordinator, which is a major assault crime table that we also have that deals with crimes less than actual homicides. I was also in charge of the CAPS unit, which was a crime against person unit, and I was also in charge of the sex crime unit. I wore 3 hats at one time.
How many hours a day did you work?
A lot.
Now, the MAC unit that you described, major
assault crimes. It has to do with spousal abuse, spousal crimes, ADWs, batteries, threatening phone calls, things like that, that basically have to do with domestic violence.
By ADW, you mean?
Assault with a deadly weapon, I'm sorry.
And for how long? Do you continue to fulfill all those 3 functions?
No, I don't. The only function I have today is as the West Los Angeles Homicide Coordinator.
Directing your attention, sir, to the date of June the 13th, 1994. Did you get woken up in the middle of the night?
So I was woken up about 1 o'clock in the morning on June 13th by Sergeant Rossi.
And what happened in that phone call?
He informed me that there had been a double homicide in West Los Angeles Division, that it occurred at 875 South Bundy, that there was a female and I believe a male, is what he told me, victims, and that preliminarily he thought that maybe the female was the ex-wife or wife of OJ Simpson.
Did he tell you that was confirmed or?
Sustain.
Upon hanging up with Sergeant Rossi, did you, what did you do?
Upon hanging up, I then called Detective Mark Furman, who was in the West LA Homicide Unit, informed him of what I had been told, and requested that he respond to West LA Station, where I would meet him and we would travel to the location together.
And did you immediately attempt to notify Mr. Simpson of the murders that you had just heard about?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, I had no intentions of notifying Mr. Simpson. I had no idea he was involved or anything about Mr. Simpson at that time. All I was told, there was a possibility that a female at that location may or may not be his wife or ex-wife. I certainly wouldn't make a phone call at that time like that.
You'd want to be sure first. Would you want to be sure?
Do you want to look?
Right.
She's withdrawn the question, asking a new question.
Thank
Proceed.
you. Would you want to make sure of who the victim was first before you made notification?
Yes.
All right, so after you called Detective Furman, what did you do?
I then called a Detective Brad Roberts, who also works West Los Angeles Detectives in the homicide unit. I informed him of the situation that I had just been informed of, and asked that he respond to West LA Station and pick up his unit and meet me at the location also.
And what did you do after that?
I then also notified, I believe I might have done this on my cellular phone en route to the station. I also notified Tom Nolan, who is a West LA homicide detective. I believe I notified Tom Nolan after I made 3 other attempts to notify 3 other detectives who were not available. And then I notified Tom Nolan, and he said he would meet Detective Roberts either at the station or at the scene, depending on what time they got in there together.
And you got to the station?
Yes, I did.
Who else was there of the people you had notified when you got to the station?
When I first arrived, there was nobody there.
You're the only one.
Well, I mean, there was policemen in the station, but none of my detectives were there.
Did someone eventually show up of the people you called?
Yes, within about 5 minutes after I arrived, Detective Furman showed up.
And about what time was that?
I would say it was about 1:50 in the morning, because we spent maybe 5 or 10 minutes inside the station getting stuff ready. I talked to a couple of officers at the desk, and then we rolled out to the location.
Now, did you go alone or did you go together?
I
You and
went to the 875 South Bundy along with Detective Furman.
Okay. Did you ride in the same car together, you and he?
Yes, I drove and he was a passenger.
When you got to the location of 875 South Bundy, where did you park?
I drove up Bundy Avenue and made a right turn on Dorothy because I noticed there were several police cars inside the, in the middle of the street. There was yellow tape across Bundy Avenue right at Dorothy. So I made a right turn and parked on the south side of Dorothy, just east of Bundy.
This is People's 51.
Showing you People's 51, sir. Do you recognize what we're showing you here?
Yes, that's the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy.
Can you tell us which is Dorothy and which is Bundy?
The police cars that are facing, the 2 police cars facing in one direction with the lights on the police car is Bundy. Dorothy is where this car at the lower part of the picture is facing.
Okay. Now, the police car and the brown car, are they, which direction are they facing on Bundy?
Northbound.
And the car in the foreground of this photograph is facing in which direction on Dorothy?
It appears to be facing somewhat eastbound on Dorothy.
And if you could orient yourself with respect to this photograph, tell us where you parked the car?
If I remember correctly, I think I parked my car would be further east of the car that's parked in the foreground of this picture,
On Dorothy?
on Dorothy.
And on that same side of the street is that car?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
I exited the car, walked over to the middle of the street where I met with Sergeant Dave Rossi.
And where was it you met with Sergeant Rossi?
He was standing in the middle of the street at Dorothy and Bundy, more on the north side of Dorothy, but still in the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy, right in the middle of the street.
Can you tell us, Detective, for a moment, what is Sergeant Rossi's responsibility there?
Oh, briefly.
Well, Sergeant Rossi is an AWC, which is an Assistant Watch Commander. When the absence of a lieutenant, he's in charge of whatever watch he happens to be working, which means that he is the highest ranking official that's working on that watch. He's responsible for all the police officers, desk personnel, jail functions, anything that goes on in that station during his watch, he's responsible for. I think that his reasoning for being out there.
Yeah, his reasoning for being out there is not relevant to the
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
Thank you. So what are his responsibilities at the crime scene?
Overruled.
Well, his responsibility as crime scene would be to protect and preserve that crime scene until we arrive, the detectives who are going to take over that investigation and take over that crime scene.
And is it his responsibility to examine the evidence and call the coroner, call the photographer and the criminalist?
It's compound, sustained.
I was trying to put it all into one.
Yeah, we'll take it. Sustained.
Is it his responsibility to call for the criminalist to arrive and examine the evidence?
No,
Is it his responsibility to see that the evidence is collected?
no,
Is it his responsibility to see that a photographer is called?
no,
Is it his responsibility to direct the photographer in what to take pictures of?
no,
Is it his responsibility to notify the coroner?
no,
Is it his responsibility to supervise what you do and determine when and how you should call the coroner?
no, it's not.
Whose responsibility are those things?
All of the functions you just talked about are the detective who's in charge of that investigation's responsibility.
Are you familiar with the term investigating officer?
Yes,
And how is that different from the term watch commander? Who to allow inside the crime scene?
Overruled. Last question.
his responsibilities is of allowing anybody into the crime scene. I would assume by the time he got there, that crime scene would have been sealed off. And with the exception of maybe himself going through that crime scene to actually see what was there, I would assume that he would not allow anybody else into that crime scene other than who had already been in there prior to his arrival.
Now, when you got to the location of 875 South Bundy on the night of June, in the early morning hours of June the 13th, sir, did you see crime scene tape?
Yes, I did.
It was already up.
Yes, it was.
Do you see that in the photograph marked as People's 51?
Yes, I do.
And does that tape appear to be blocking off the traffic on Bundy?
Yes, it is.
Was it blocked off when you got there?
Yes, it was. Both north and southbound traffic had been blocked off.
Can I get some?
Your Honor, this is Exhibit 38.
Do you recognize what's shown in P38, sir?
Yes, this is a photograph of the rear of 875 South Bundy. We're standing on Dorothy Avenue looking northbound through the alley at the rear of that location.
And you see the crime scene tape there?
Yes, I do.
And was it in that position when you appeared in the early morning hours of June the 13th?
Yes, it was.
Were there other police officers and police cars there when you arrived?
Yes, there were several.
What time was it that you and Detective Furman arrived at 875 South Bundy?
I arrived at that location at 2:10 in the morning of June 13th.
Now, when you arrived there, you indicated earlier, I think, that you met with Sergeant Rossi at the intersection of Dorothy and Bundy.
Yes,
Detective Furman was with you?
yes,
And you had a conversation with him?
yes.
What did he talk to you about?
Told me,
Sustained.
Generally, did he tell you what he had seen at the scene there
yes, he did.
and described it briefly?
Sustained.
Did he relate to you what he had seen there?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
I then asked for the officer who was our first officer on the crime scene to also tell us what he had learned or what he had been informed of when Sergeant Rossi asked Officer Risky to walk over.
And what did you do next?
Officer Risky then told me what he had seen and what he had been told and what he had observed.
And then what happened?
I then asked for a preliminary walkthrough of the location, and I asked that Officer Risky do it since he's the one that knew the most about it.
And was it your understanding that he was the first officer on the scene?
Yes.
All right. What happened after that, after you spoke to Officer Risky?
He then told us that we were going to approach the bodies.
Sustained.
Did he have a conversation with you, sir?
Yes.
Based on what he told you, what did you do?
We approached the bodies from Bundy Avenue itself from the front.
Can I get the...
Yeah, appropriate time.
Do you have an appointment, Mr. Cochran?
Well, maybe the first one.
Well, if we do that, we'll shoot up our last 4 minutes. All right, Ms. Clark, continue,
Yes, can
please.
we cut the feed, please?
Yes, it is.
This equals 42.
Sir. See the photograph that's been marked as People's 42?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us, you said you approached the, you approached the crime scene?
Yes.
Tell us, first of all, you see that walkway?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes, that's a walkway that walks from the sidewalk on Bundy to the residence at 875.
And do you recall whether it appeared then as it does now in this photograph?
It appears exactly the same.
Now, did you walk on that walkway, sir?
No, I did not.
How is it that you approached the crime scene?
Officer Risky informed, I went the same way.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Officer Risky had a conversation with you,
Yes.
and based on what he told you, sir, how did you approach the crime scene?
I followed Officer Risky to the crime scene, following behind him as he walked across the sidewalk into some shrubbery, and grass, and dirt area up to where we could view the bodies.
Okay, can we use point? If you would watch your monitor, sir, and tell us whether, and direct the pointer, if you could, to show the path that you took.
It's right in that area there.
All right. Is that correct?
A little bit over to the right.
To the right?
Yeah, right in that area.
Okay.
And walked up to that call box area. Right there.
If we could place an X, actually.
All right, how about if we put RP up in the upper left-hand corner for Ron Phillips?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Left hand, right hand.
Oh.
Who cares?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's right. All right, Ms. Clark, I think this would be an appropriate point.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the lunch hour. Detective Phillips, you can step down. Your order to return at 1:45. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll stand in recess until 1:45, then council, we're going to go straight through to 4. Yeah. Mr. Fretlow? Thank you, Mr. Bailey. All right, let's have the jury, Deputy Higgins. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, and that Detective Phillips is on the witness stand. Detective Phillips, good afternoon. Good afternoon. You were reminded that you were still under oath. And Ms. Clark, do you wish to resume with your direct examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. We have printed this out now, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be marked as People's 42A.
42A, diagram by Detective Phillips.
Now, from that vantage point, okay, from that vantage point, sir, that was indicated there on photograph 42A and in photograph 42, can you tell us what you were able to see?
Yes, I first observed a female lying on her left side in a semi-fetal position, wearing a black dress. I then observed a male Caucasian on his right side, facing more of an east-west direction, that was lying up near a iron gate, area that surrounded a little dirt area. I noticed a white envelope, and then I was pointed out it was pointed out to me where a ski cap of some type was, and a glove was, and also where a beeper was, and a set of keys.
Now, can you tell us, sir, when you looked over towards the body of the male that you've described, what it was you saw in the area of his feet, if anything?
Well, at his feet was the glove and the hat, the knit cap that were directly below his feet. not quite at his feet, but more between him and the female was the envelope.
Your Honor, this is going to be equals
43? 43E?
Yes, this is People's 43E, Your Honor.
All right.
And would you?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's being shown to you here, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us, is that the body of the male victim you just described?
Yes, it is.
With your pointer, I'm going to point to this white object here. Is that the envelope that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And then you indicated close to the feet of Ron Goldman that you saw a knit cap and a dark leather glove.
Yes.
Is that in the area I'm indicating now with the pointer?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Your Honor, this is People's 44.
People's 44.
If you can look up at the monitor, sir, the screen, I mean, the item I'm circling right now. What's that?
I can't really see it. It looks like the hat, the knit cap.
Okay. Can you look down at, you see where I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Look at your monitor.
Yeah, it's a knit cap.
Okay. And then the item that's just below it on the photograph that I'm circling now?
That would be the glove.
All right, Ms. Harvey. Maybe Detective Phillips should step off the witness stand. It is a difficult angle to see.
Did you observe anything else from your vantage point at that time?
At that particular time, no.
Okay. Now, who was with you as you made those observations?
Officer Risky and Detective Mark Furman.
They were both standing next to you?
We were in a row, or kind of 1, 2, 3 at one time, and then after I took my look, I kind of backed off, allowed Mark Furman to get up closer and take a look, and then we backed out of the area.
By the way, what were you wearing?
A suit. I think it was a blue suit.
Like the one you're wearing now?
Yes.
Okay. What was Mark wearing?
He had some, I think he had some black slacks on and a white shirt and a tie.
Was he wearing a jacket?
No, he was not.
Was that uncommon for him?
No, Mark Furman never wears his jacket.
Now, did you have a conversation with Commander Bushy at around that time when you first arrived at the scene?
When I first arrived, and I was talking to Officer Risky, Sergeant Rossi was talking on a cellular telephone, and he handed me the telephone, and the individual on the phone informed me that he was Commander Keith Bushy.
Who's that?
Commander Keith Bushy is the commander of Operations West Bureau, which is the bureau that I work for. West LA is in West Bureau.
And so what does he have command over?
He has command over West Bureau. He's directly underneath Deputy Chief Franco.
Does that mean that he's over all of the detectives?
Well, he's
In West
over
LA?
he's over the divisions in West Los Angeles, or in West Bureau, which is Wilshire Division, Pacific Division, Hollywood Division, and Wilshire Division in West LA.
And everybody in those divisions?
That's correct.
So he's your boss?
He's one of our highest ranking bosses, yes.
And were you given some instruction with respect to the handling of this case by Commander Bushy?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
Oh,
Originally, he asked me what I had, what I knew.
the question was, what instruction were you given by Commander Bushy? Not what he asked. What was the instruction given to you?
He gave me two instructions.
Okay.
One instruction was that if it was outside the realm of West Los Angeles being able to investigate this crime because it was Nicole Simpson, turned out to be the deceased, that I should think about the resources I had available. And the other one was that if it turned out that it did involve OJ Simpson as this being his ex-wife or wife, that he did not want Mr. Simpson to be made aware of the death of Nicole in the media, and he wanted to make sure that I notified him in person as a courtesy to him.
Now, what did you mean by the resources? What do you mean by that? Whether West LA had the resources for this case?
Well, I think I was concerned, and he was also concerned, I believe, that if it turned out to be Nicole Simpson, it was going to become a major news media event. It was going to possibly involve O.J. Simpson only as the fact that he was one time her husband. We had his children at West LA Station, and it may become a bigger case than the 4 detectives I have at West LA could handle the proper way, and that possibly we will want to take this case and transfer it downtown to Robbery Homicide Division, who has many more resources than we have.
Talking about in terms of manpower and in just numbers and quantities of detectives and officers available to you?
Oh, they have a great deal more resources than we have as far as manpower and ability to go and do things.
Person power,
Person
detective
power.
power. Thank you.
All right, and then he gave you specific instructions to make sure you personally notified Mr. Simpson.
Sustained.
Just foundation.
He's already testified to it.
Now, did you have a conversation with Officer Risky when you responded to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Did he explain to you what brought him to that location to begin with?
Yes, he did.
What kind of a call it was?
Yes.
And what was it that he explained to you? Goes to explain subsequent conduct.
Oral.
He told me that he had arrived at that location responding to a 459 call across the street, I believe at 873 or 874 South Bundy. And it,
What's a 459 call?
Should not be a limiting instruction in that objection. It's legal, but that's a limiting instruction. It's not out within that service.
It's not very consequential at this point, Counsel. It's not. I don't think a limiting instruction is necessary at this point. Proceed. It's just to explain subsequent conduct after talking to Risky.
And what is a 459 call?
it's a penal code section for burglary.
And so Officer Risky told you that he'd received a burglary suspect call from 874 South Bundy?
Yes,
That was a 911 call?
yes.
So did you go to investigate the source of that call yourself?
Later on that morning, I did.
And did you speak to the person at 874 South Bundy who had called 911?
Yes.
Who was that?
The lady's name was Elsie Tisterat. Tisterat? I don't know how to spell her name.
Tister?
Tister.
And you had a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
And did you confirm that she was the one who called Officer Risky?
She's the
Not
one.
Officer Risky, I meant made the 459 call, 911.
Yes.
Now, why did you want to go and talk to her?
I went over there to find out if, in fact, that she did make a phone call, if there was, in fact, a source of this burglary call over there, and exactly what transpired that made her make this original call.
Were you trying to determine whether or not it was related to the homicides across the street or a separate incident?
Well, I wanted to find out if she had witnessed anything or had heard anything or what she did here, since she's the one that made the call that brought the police there to begin with.
And what did you determine?
I determined that she never opened her door, that she had originally heard a barking dog and called West LA West LA desk, and they told her to call the animal pound. And then later on, there was some knocking at her door, and she became alarmed on it because of the late evening hour. And I believe she told me she looked through the peephole and didn't see anybody, and so she became frightened and called 911 and told them there was some burglars or prowlers at her front door.
And what did you determine with respect to the identity of the persons knocking on her door?
Well, it was right after that I walked one house north and met another individual over there who I do not know his name, an elderly gentleman, who basically told me that he had...
Sustained.
You had a conversation with another neighbor?
Yes, I did.
And based on that conversation, what did you conclude?
I concluded that the burglars that Elsie had called...
Overruled.
I determined that the burglar or individual that Elsie had called on was in fact an individual that had gone to the next house north and asked that gentleman to make a 911 call because he had discovered some bodies across the street. And he had admitted that he was over at Elsie's house banging on her door.
Now, did you happen to notice a dog anywhere near the location of 875 South Bundy when you arrived?
Yes, I did.
And where did you see that dog?
The dog was tied up to a post on the northeast corner of Bundy and Dorothy. It was a white and partially brown Akita.
And it was tied up to a post near the location?
Post or a telephone pole or a lamp standard of some type.
Go to People's 40A.
In People's 40A, sir, do you see a dog depicted there?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us if that appears to be the dog you saw tied to the telephone post near 875 South Bundy on the early morning hours of June 13th?
It appears to be the same dog.
Now, did you happen to notice whether there were, on the walkway leading from the sidewalk to the front steps of 875 South Bundy, where you had earlier described a lot of blood, can you tell us whether you could see any shoe prints on that walkway in the blood?
I saw shoe prints leading north or west away from the body of the female, westbound towards the north side of the house.
Did you see those shoe prints in the front walkway that led down to the sidewalk?
No, I did not.
Where did you see those shoe prints? The ones you're referring to, the bloody shoe prints you're referring to?
They were at the top of the stairs, 3 steps up from where the body was, and then led off in a westerly direction.
Leading down towards the rear gate and the rear alley?
Yes, along the north side of the house, residence.
Now, in the front walkway that we're describing now, is that a tiled walkway? You know what I mean? Blocks?
Yes, it is.
Squares? Okay. And that walkway that leads from the bottom of the front stairs down to the sidewalk in front of the location, the sidewalk running in front of Bundy.
Yeah, that's Leeds.
Haven't heard all the question.
Yeah, question.
Haven't heard all the question yet.
That front walkway that leads down to the sidewalk, you indicated earlier you saw blood in it. Did you see any paw prints
Yes, I did.
in that walkway?
Well, they were more towards the bottom of the walkway and then leading down the sidewalk on Bundy in a south direction towards Dorothy.
And how far did you see those paw prints continue?
They continued down Dorothy in a southerly direction, and then they went westbound on Dorothy and then faded out.
Did someone point those out to you?
Officer Risky did.
All right, after you made your first view of the crime scene and you saw the bodies of both victims, what did you do next?
I backed out of the planted area that we were in, and Officer Risky walked us around to a walkway which was just north of where the male body was lying in a small area there, and we viewed the bodies from over in that location also.
Cut the feed, Your Honor.
Cut the feed. P46. Please.
All right, sir, do you recognize the location shown there?
Yes, I do.
And what's that?
That's the front entrance to 875 South Bundy.
And do you see the crime scene tape in front of the location?
Yes, I do.
Is that the position it was in when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Now, that front walkway, excuse me, is that front walkway that is shown in this photograph, is that the one where you saw the bloody paw prints?
The bloody paw prints are started towards the bottom portion of that walkway and led out into the sidewalk.
And then do they proceed to the left as you face this photograph?
Well, most of them led to the right, and that's all I saw at that time, southbound.
As you face the photograph?
Would be to my left.
Okay. Now, you indicated an area that you went to examine the bodies from the north of the victims?
Yes.
Can you see it here?
Yes. It's a little farther to the right, right in there.
Uh-huh. And did you walk up, did you walk?
I'd like the witness itself for the market start.
I think the witness has already testified to it.
Ms. Clark, proceed.
Yes. Detective Phillips, did you walk up behind the bodies on that north side of them?
Yes, I did.
Can you direct the pointer to describe your path, please?
Just continue straight. Right about there.
Now, were you behind the, was there a gate or a fence there that you were behind?
Yes, there's a wrought iron gate, wrought iron fence.
From that vantage point, what were you able to see? What side of Ron Goldman were you on?
We were to his backside.
And what were you able to observe from that location?
I was able to observe the beeper and the keys that Officer Risky had told me about that we could not see very well from the other location. And I could also see the glove and the hat from that location a little bit better.
And who was with you at that time?
Officer Risky, Detective Furman, and myself.
We have RP in the left-hand corner. This was 46A, Your Honor.
All right, 46A.
Your Honor, this is P number 59, and you'll need to cut the feed on.
Can you see in this photograph, sir, the area that you described where you stood to observe the scene from the north side of the gate?
Yes, I can.
And can we, if you would direct the pointer to the area?
It's on the other side of the fence. Right back up in that area there. Well, should be over more towards where that tree is at. No, right there.
Right there?
Right there.
Could you please put the initials RP? And this would be 59A? B?
59B.
B. Do that on the back.
No, Your Honor. This is People's 43A. And again, the feet will need to be cut on this photo.
Do you see this, you see what's depicted in this photograph? You're looking at your monitor, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us, sir, if you can see the paw prints that you were earlier referring to?
Yes, I do.
Now those, you see splotches on this, of blood, what appears to be blood on this walkway? I'm going to circle it. If you can't see it, you can step down.
Yes, I do.
And another one over here? And up
Yes.
here? All right. You were there, sir. Tell us what they appeared to, what they looked like to you.
They were just pools of blood.
What did you do after you observed from the location north of the victims?
We were told that you could get a better look.
Sustained. What did you do, not what you were told?
Walked around southbound on Bundy, and then walked westbound on Dorothy, and then northbound into the alley to the rear of the residence at 875 South Bundy.
Now, who was there? Who went on this walk?
Officer Risky, Sergeant Rossi, Mark Furman, and myself. And there may have been a Sergeant Kuhn, but I'm not sure.
And did you walk into the alley then?
Yes?
Where did you go next?
Walked northbound in the alley to the rear of 875 South Bundy.
And where did you enter? Did you enter through the garage, or how did you go in?
When we originally entered into the house, we went through the garage.
Now, before you entered the garage, did you make any observations outside in the driveway?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
I noticed a Jeep parked in the driveway with the passenger door semi-ajar. Looked like it hadn't been shut all the way. I noticed some change in the driveway and also a couple of droplets of blood.
$52.
You recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's the rear of 875 South Bundy.
Now, did Officer Risky point out to you that the garage door was now open?
Yes, he did.
Did he explain to you in what condition he originally found the garage door when he first appeared on the scene?
Yes, he did.
And was it open or closed when it was?
Sustained.
Did he explain to you how the garage door came to be opened?
Yes.
Now, where, if you can recall, did you see the change and the blood drop on the driveway?
It was to the left of the Jeep, I believe.
Your Honor, exhibit number 48K.
Excuse me, to the left of the Jeep as we face it now?
Yes.
No, give me the perspective. Okay, you've seen that photograph. I'm going to get a perspective shot for you.
This is 48J,
And 48J. And now a close-up on the program.
48I.
Now, do you recognize the close-ups and the perspective shot of what you've just seen here?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the change in the blood drop that I observed by the Jeep.
Did you make those observations before going in through the garage?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So your first entry was in through the garage, is that right? Or was it through the rear gate?
The first entry I went in was through the rear gate with a Sergeant Rossi. He wanted to show me something.
And when you walked through the rear gate, who went with you?
Just myself and Sergeant Rossi.
And what happened to Officer Risky and Detective Furman?
They stayed out in the driveway by the Jeep.
What happened when you went through the rear gate with Sergeant Rossi?
We walked eastbound a portion of the way, until he pointed out some faded footprints, what appeared to be faded footprints, and then said he had not gone any farther than that. And I said, well, let's go back out and get the rest of them. And we went back out. We didn't go any farther.
Okay, those footprints, how were you able to see them?
With the aid of a flashlight, Sergeant Rossi had one and I had one.
Did they appear to be, what color did they appear to be?
The footprints appeared to be in a red stain.
They appear to be blood to you?
Change that, Your Honor.
Overall, he's a homicide detective. He can answer that question.
It appeared to be a red stain that resembled blood, yes.
Now, before you entered through the rear gate, sir, was anything pointed out to you to be careful of?
Well, I was pointed out some blood that was on the top rung of the rear gate and also on the bottom rung of the rear gate, and then also at a latch on the rear gate.
And so, did you touch the gate?
No, I did not.
And was there any other blood pointed out to you near that area of the rear gate?
I believe there was another drop of blood or two in the vicinity of that rear gate.
On the ground?
On the ground.
This is Exhibit 48, leave H. No, I'm sorry, 48G.
No, give me your perspective.
48, I believe, F.
Okay. You see the marker in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
And the gate that is depicted in this photograph, which gate is that?
That's the gate that leads out to the alley at the rear of 875 Bundy.
The marker that you see there, is that a location that you were discussing just now when you talked about a blood drop on the ground?
Yes,
Was that pointed out to you before you went through the rear gate?
after I went through the rear gate.
And did you avoid stepping on it?
Yes, I did.
Were you using your flashlight the entire time that you walked down the walkway?
Yes, I was.
You indicated then that Sergeant Rossi, you got to the point just before you were at the bloody shoe prints on the walkway, then you turned around?
And we returned back to the alley, yes.
Then what happened?
I then entered the residence through the garage with Officer Risky leading the way and Detective Furman and I following him, and Sergeant Rossi stayed outside.
And what did you do when you got into the residence? First of all, back up, let me ask you, how'd you get into the residence?
Walked through the open garage door and walked to the right side of a white sports car that was parked in the driveway, or in the garage, and then went through the door that leads from the garage into the house.
And what did you see when you got inside the house?
The first thing I noticed was some stairs that led up to another level in the house, and we started to ascend those stairs.
And tell us what you observed when you first entered the door.
The first into the door, Officer Risky pointed out a ice cream cup that was positioned on a banister about 4 feet inside the residence from the back door. And he also pointed out a spoon that had fallen or been misplaced or something that was to the left of that banister lying on one of the steps leading down into another room.
Okay. What else did you see?
At that time, just the ice cream and the spoon.
Okay. And then what?
Walked up into the kitchen area of the residence, walked through the kitchen area, into the living room, out the living room, and to a front door that I was told that had been found open.
Sustained. appears to disregard the last comment that
You
he
went
was
up,
told the door was found open.
you went upstairs and you went through a kitchen area?
Yes.
Now, what was the purpose of your going into the house at this time?
Going into the house because Officer Risky was going to show me a better location to view the crime scene from.
And did you come out, when you came to the front door, was it open or closed?
It was open.
And were you informed of the manner in which it was first found by the first officer on the scene, Officer Risky?
Yes.
And then you walked through the open door?
Yes.
And what did you see?
Saw footprints that appeared to be going in a westbound direction away from the actual crime scene and the main crime scene, past the front door and along the alley or along the walkway that I had walked partially up to before.
Okay. Did those shoe prints angle in towards the front door at
No.
any time?
Or will.
No.
They appeared to go straight past it.
Yes.
And how many of them did you observe, sir? If you recall.
I don't recall how many I saw.
Okay. How many how many sets of shoe prints did you see?
Different sets.
Different sets.
They appeared to all be the same.
One set of shoe prints?
Yes.
Now, did you see any shoe prints down between the bodies of Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown?
Down on the steps is the only place I observed them. I didn't get that close to actually observe if there was any around the bodies.
Your Honor, you're going to need to cut the feed. This is 45B.
All right.
Okay, do you see one of the shoe prints that you saw that night from the vantage point of the top of the landing?
Yes, I do.
And if you can see it on the screen, I'm going to point it out with the laser. Is that?
Yes.
That's one of them? Okay. Move up. Next shot up.
Okay. 45C.
Do you recall seeing what I'm circling right now, if you can look?
Yes.
And did you see those that night?
Yes, I did.
What did they appear to be?
Footprints, some type of red stain that appeared to be blood.
Bare footprints?
No, shoe prints, I'm sorry.
45E.
Do you see what I'm circling on the screen now, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing these shoe prints?
Yes, I do.
And were those at the top of the landing, sir?
Yes, they were.
And who pointed them out to you?
Officer Risky?
And after he pointed them out to you, did you go over and step in them?
No, I did not.
You avoided them?
Yes, I did.
Did either yourself, Detective Furman, or Officer Risky go and step in those shoe prints?
No, we did not.
Next.
45E.
Can you see what I'm circling here, sir?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing these things that I'm circling that night?
Well, these appeared to be the same shoe prints leading westbound out that walkway.
45F.
And once again, you see what I'm circling?
Yes.
Same thing, those bloody shoe prints?
Yes.
You saw them that night?
Yes.
Next.
45G.
Were you able to ever examine them closely, sir, by shining your flashlight and looking closely at these shoe prints?
I never examined them closely, no.
Did you ever see one as close up as you're seeing on the screen here?
No.
Now, from the vantage point of the top of the landing, were you able to see the crime scene area where the victims and the evidence that you've described previously was more clearly?
Yes.
And after making those observations from the top of the landing, what did you do?
I then followed Officer Risky westbound out the north pathway to the north of the residence to the rear gate and exited out the rear gate.
As you did so, did Officer Risky point anything out to you?
Yes, he pointed out droplets of what appeared to be blood, and also these footprints until they faded out.
Now, did Officer Risky explain to you what he had done when he went inside the house earlier?
I don't understand your question.
Did Officer Risky tell you what he had done at the scene before you arrived?
As far as the inside of the house?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he tell you about going through the house and what he had done with any persons he found inside?
Overruled.
Yes.
You said you walked down the walkway. He pointed out blood drops to you.
Yes.
Did you observe those blood drops next to any of the bloody shoe prints that you've described to us?
Yes.
And to what side of the bloody shoe prints were they?
To the left.
P48A.
48A.
Okay, you can see the item 112
Yes.
and the area I'm circling right there. Is that one of those bloody shoe prints you were talking about?
Yes.
All right, and the item 112 close up?
P48B.
Do you recall seeing blood dropped, and that appears to be to the left of the shoe print that you earlier described?
Yes.
Let me approach you.
Sure.
Go ahead.
With the report. All right, thank you, counsel. You may proceed.
Objection was overruled, Your Honor?
It's proceed. Sometimes they're sustained,
Sometimes they're overruled.
sometimes they're overruled.
Sure, I'll tell you.
P48A.
Now, are you able to see in this photograph all of the bloody shoe prints that you were describing?
I don't see all of them, no.
How many of the bloody shoe prints that you described are you able to see in this photograph?
I can only see in this photograph maybe one.
The one that we've earlier circled at the bottom of the photograph?
That's right.
As you walked down the walkway, were you using your flashlight, sir?
Yes.
Officer Risky was leading,
Yes.
and was he pointing these things out to you?
Yes.
Where was Detective Furman?
I believe Detective Furman was following me. I think it was Risky, then myself, and then Officer Furman.
But it was all three of you.
Yes, we were walking in single file.
Did you avoid the blood drops and the shoe prints?
Sustained.
Did you step in the blood drops and the shoe prints?
No.
And did you exit through the rear gate?
Yes, I did.
What happened next? Oh, let me back up, sir. Let me ask you something. Did those bloody shoe prints continue all the way down the walkway to the rear gate?
No, they did not.
Did they stop at some point?
That's been asked me. This was asked me.
Overruled briefly.
I can't recall the exact location where they faded out, but it was not quite halfway, I don't believe, between the front and the back. I don't recall where the last one that I saw was.
By the time you exited through the rear gate, were you able to see any more bloody shoe prints?
No,
Did you see any in the rear driveway?
no.
What did you do after you exited through the rear gate?
We re-entered the house, and Officer Risky walked us through the residence to give us a basic layout of the residence.
Now, at that point, did you go through all of the rooms?
Yes,
Did you go back through the kitchen area?
yes.
Tell us what you saw.
Went back through the kitchen area. I didn't observe anything at that time. Then we went into the living room area, and I noticed some candles on a table.
Were they lit?
Yes,
Were these, what, do you remember how big these candles were?
I don't know how big they were, no.
But they were still burning.
Yes.
And where is the living room in relation to the kitchen?
The living room's in the front portion of the house. The kitchen would be more or less in the middle of the house. And I think there's a dining area of some type between the kitchen and the living room.
And after you looked in the living room and the kitchen, sir, did you see any evidence of ransacking?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any blood?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any leaves tracked inside the house?
No.
Were there leaves outside the house around the bodies of the victims?
Yes.
Did you see, strike that. Where did you go next?
I then went upstairs into the master bedroom where I observed the television on and a bed unmade, and then went into a master bathroom where I noticed a couple of candles also on a bench type area behind the bathtub. I believe it was west of the bathtub. Then exited that master bathroom and walked down another hallway into two rooms that I was told was the rooms of the children.
And in those locations, sir, did you see any signs of a struggle or fight?
No.
Did you see drawers pulled open?
No.
Did you see any blood?
No.
Did you see any items of jewelry or property thrown on the ground?
No.
And what'd you do next?
Then exited the residence.
And who was with you at this time?
Officer Risky and Detective Furman and myself.
And how did you exit?
Through the garage door, out the garage, back into the alley.
And who did you see when you got out of the house?
When I exited the residence and walked to the alley, I was met by my commanding officer, Lieutenant Frank Spangler.
Was there anybody with him?
There was a couple policemen standing there with him. I think a short time after that, Captain Connie Dial showed up.
Was Sergeant Rossi back there as well?
Yes, he was.
Now, Lieutenant Spangler, is he your direct boss?
Yes, he is.
And did you receive some information at that time, sir, concerning who would be handling this case?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you get that from?
Sergeant Rossi.
And what did you learn?
I learned that I was supposed to turn this case over to robbery homicide as per Chief Frankel's.
Who's Chief Frankel?
He is the chief of West Bureau. He is the one step above Commander Bushy.
And so it was Chief Frankel's order that the case be handed over?
Sustained.
I'm sorry?
Sustained.
After you received that information, what did you do?
I then made a telephone call on my cellular phone to Detective Headquarters Division, which is the central detective facility for the Los Angeles Police Department during morning watch, and asked that they put me in touch with Captain Gartland, who is the commanding officer of Robbery Homicide Division.
And did you speak to Captain Gartland?
Yes, I did.
And how was it you were making these phone calls, sir?
On a cellular telephone?
You had it with you?
Yes.
And after speaking to Captain Gartland, what did you do?
Then either made or received another phone call from a Lieutenant John Rogers, who also worked Robbery Homicide Division, and was informed at that time, actually Captain,
Sustain. What did you do? Not what you were told. Next question.
You were informed by who, sir? You were told something by who?
Lieutenant Rogers, John Rogers,
And based on what he told you, what did you do?
waited for another phone call.
Did you get another phone call
Yes,
from?
we got called back from John Rogers, Lieutenant Rogers.
Did you have another conversation with him?
Yes.
Who is Lieutenant Rogers, sir?
Lieutenant Rogers is one of the lieutenants that works out of Robbery Homicide Division that's in charge of the Homicide Special or Homicide Major Unit.
And the homicide major or homicide special unit is what?
It's two entities out of Robbery Homicide Division that handle specialized homicide cases.
So those are detectives that handle specialized homicide cases?
Yes,
And is Lieutenant Rogers, he was their boss?
he was their supervisor, yes.
Supervisor. All right, and did you say Lieutenant Rogers called you back?
Yes,
And did you give him some information?
yes.
What was that?
I informed him of the information I had received about the double homicides and who may be involved in the double homicides as far as Nicole Brown Simpson, and that she was the ex-wife or current wife of OJ Simpson, and that Captain Gartland requested that his unit take it over.
And what were you given some instruction at that time?
Yes,
And what was that?
That's correct. There's a
This just explains.
I was informed at that time that that investigation was no longer my responsibility, that it was now going to be handled and investigated by Robbery Homicide Division, and we were to do no more further action at that scene.
And after having received that information, sir, what did you do?
I walked back into the residence and informed Detective Furman, and I believe there was a police officer with him, that the case now belonged to Robbery Homicide. It was no longer our investigative responsibility, and that we were going to leave the residence and go back out to Dorothy and Bundy and wait the arrival of the Robbery Homicide detectives.
So you notified the uniformed officer and Detective Furman who were inside the house?
Yes,
And did they then come out with you?
yes.
And where did you go?
I walked back southbound in the alley to Dorothy, and then back out to Dorothy and Bundy where the police cars were parked and the other supervisors were standing around.
So at that point, was there anyone left in the scene? In the crime scene?
Not in the crime scene itself, no. The perimeter was still established.
And by the perimeter, you mean?
We had officers north and south of Bundy, and we had them on north and south of the alley, protecting the crime scene, that no one would enter that location other than police officers.
So why did you do that?
In the integrity of the crime scene, it was no longer our responsibility. It was best for us to now leave the crime scene, go back out and wait for their arrival and see if they had any instructions on what they wanted us to do, since it was now their case.
So what were your duties at that point with respect to the crime scene at 875 South Bundy?
My responsibilities at that time ceased, as all of West LA detectives ceased. It was no longer our responsibility to do anything about that crime scene.
Nothing? You could just walk away and leave it?
Well, we weren't going to walk away and leave it. We were going to wait for the arrival of the robbery homicide detectives to give them the information that we had, give them the notes that Mark Furman had taken, and have a short discussion with them about what we had seen, what we had done, so they could have their, be brought up to date. But as far as actually investigating anything at the crime scene, that was finished.
Did you have any duty to keep it secure while you were waiting for them?
It was always secure.
While you were waiting for them?
Yes.
Did you, can you tell us, sir, why it is that you stopped doing any work or any investigating at that scene while you were waiting for the robbery homicide detectives to appear?
Overruled.
Well, because of the integrity of the crime scene. When we walked through the crime scene, and we were taking notes and doing things. It was our investigation. We were preparing to take part. We were preparing to do things. At the time it was taken away from me, that was all ceased because it was now going to be under the direction of another homicide unit who may work a little differently than I do or a little differently than the detective who was there doing it. They should be able to start at the beginning of their crime scene investigation and take it from there.
Now, is that an established procedure or policy? Is that a routine thing? When a new set of detectives is assigned to a scene, that the first detectives on the scene stop all work?
It all depends on the timing. If we had already been into it for an hour or two, then no, it wouldn't have happened that way. But since we had done absolutely nothing other than just a cursory walkthrough of the crime scene, I had only been there approximately 30 minutes and had done virtually nothing as far as that crime scene was concerned. Then yes, it was my responsibility to pull my people out so robbery homicide would have as clean and untouched crime scene as possible to begin their investigation.
Now, what about this reassignment to robbery homicide division? This was a case in West LA, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And it was reassigned to robbery homicide division?
Yes, it was.
Has that ever happened before?
Oh. Yes, it has.
And why, on previous occasions, has it happened, if you know?
That each case has its own merit. Some of the cases are taken away from us after the preliminary crime scene is done. Some of them are taken away from us 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks after the crime occurs. Some are taken away immediately.
I don't think the question was when. I think the question was why, wasn't it?
Yes, it was why. Thank you, Ron.
But different crime scenes are taken away from us for different reasons.
In this particular case, what was the reason?
Haven't we talked about this already?
Have we?
Covered this already?
I thought so.
Have we?
More resources?
That was one, was that the reason?
Yes.
I won't ask again. Okay. And has that been a reason in previous cases as well, why cases have been reassigned to robbery homicide?
It's irrelevant to this case.
How'd you feel about losing this case to another set of detectives, sir?
Didn't bother me at all. I mean, I was disappointed in the fact that we had all gotten up after an hour and a half sleep, and we'd gone out there and we'd had an investigation that we were going to take part in. But it certainly, at the time, appeared to me to be the correct call. I had no problem with it, and in fact, agreed with it.
All right, so there you were on the scene. You said you got there at about 2:10 in the morning. When you first arrived at the scene, did you call the coroner?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because that's not what I do, and that's not generally what is done when you first arrive at the crime scene. You first arrive at the crime scene and you talk. Did not.
I said, why not?
Why not? He can explain the answer. Overruled.
You have to originally find out what you have, and whether suspects in custody, not in custody, find out just about the crime scene itself, find out a little bit about the deceased, find out about your crime scene, walk through your crime scene, see what kind of evidence you have. There's a lot of different things that you have to get in your own mind before you even start to figure out what you're going to do.
And why is that? Why do you need to know more about your crime scene and examine everything before you have the coroner in there?
Well, you have to have a plan of action. Number one, what you're going to do, and once the coroner gets there, if you're not ready for the coroner is going to stand around doing nothing until you are ready for him, because you're certainly not going to allow the coroner into a crime scene until you're through measuring every item, photographing every item, fingerprinting every item, examining everything you have at your crime scene before you ever allow the coroner in there, and that could take hours before you ever have time or ever able to do that.
So, so if the coroner gets in there, could evidence be moved or lost that before it gets a chance to be documented?
Well, it could be. We would never let the coroner in until we were through with our initial crime scene, until we were through with our crime scene.
for that reason.
for that exact reason.
Now, whose duty is it to notify the coroner to arrive at the scene in general?
In general, at a homicide scene, it's the homicide investigator who's assigned to that crime would be the one that notifies the coroner.
Now, about what time was it that you received final word that the case was going to be reassigned to Robbery Homicide Division?
I believe it was 2:39 in the morning of June 13th.
And at some point, did you attempt to or ask permission to make notification to the coroner?
Yes, I did.
At what time?
It was about 10 minutes or 5 minutes to 3 that morning. I made a statement that I was going to notify the coroner.
And who did you make that statement to, sir?
Lieutenant Spangler, my commanding officer.
And what was his response to that?
If you're saying.
Overruled.
Told me not to.
And why not?
That's your
You're saying.
He gave you, but I take it he gave you a reason.
Yes, he did. He gave me an order.
And what did you do after you received that order, sir?
I did not call the coroner.
Okay. And what did you do?
Went out to Bundy and Dorothy and waited for the arrival of the robbery homicide detectives.
Who were the robbery homicide detectives assigned to the case?
Phil Van Adder and Tom Lang.
Prior to that night, sir, had you ever met them before?
Never met either one of those detectives before.
So that was the first time you ever saw them?
That's correct.
Who got there first?
Phil Van Adder.
And when he got there, did you have a conversation with him?
Yes, I did.
In general terms, did you tell him what you had seen at the crime scene?
Yes.
And what you had learned from the first officer on the scene?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
I took Phil Van Adder up to the crime scene, the same route that I had been taken up to prior, and showed him the bodies.
Now, when you had the conversation with Lieutenant Spangler, was Detective Furman with you?
In regards to the coroner's office?
Right.
No, I believe he was inside the house when that was going on.
With the uniformed officer?
Yes.
And then when you were waiting for the robbery homicide detectives to show up, was he with you then?
Yes, he was.
Out in the intersection?
Yes.
And when Phil Van Adder appeared, was Detective Furman with you there in the intersection?
Yes.
And when you took Detective Van Adder up to the Bundy crime scene, did Detective Furman go with you?
Yes, he did.
Can you describe for us the path that you took with Detective Van Adder and Detective Furman?
Overruled. No, we're with Van Adder now.
The exact same route that I had taken with Officer Risky before.
Meaning?
Across the sidewalk into the planted area where the bushes and leaves and grass is, and up to that corner spot and viewed the bodies.
Did you point things out to Detective Van Adder?
Yes, I did.
And just to save us some time, you pointed out the same evidence to him that you've described seeing to us?
Yes.
Then what did you do?
I exited that location the same way and then walked Van Adder around to the rear of 875 South Bundy.
And at the rear of the location, what did you do there?
Showed him the Jeep, the change, and the blood drop, and then entered into the garage, went into the residence, walked out the front door, stood in the exact same location I'd stood before, and showed him the crime scene from up above the 3 steps.
And did you point out the evidence from that vantage point as well?
Yes, I did.
Then what'd you do?
Then walked him westbound through the north walkway to the rear of the residence, the same route that I had taken prior, pointing out the shoe prints and pointed out the blood drops.
And again, did you take care not to step in those blood drops and shoe prints?
Yes, I did.
And when you got to the rear gate area, after you walked to the end of the walkway, did you point anything out at that location?
Yes, I pointed out the 3 areas on the gate that had been pointed out to me where blood was.
Okay, and were you and Detective Furman and Van Adder all walking together along that walkway?
We were walking in single file.
Did you walk out the rear gate at that point?
Yes.
Where'd you go then?
Went back out to Bundy and Dorothy.
Did you point out the bloody paw prints going south on Bundy from the front walkway and around to the corner of Dorothy to Detective Van Adder?
Yes, I did.
And then what did you do?
We stood in that intersection again, waiting for his partner to show up, Detective Tom Lang, who showed up approximately 25 minutes later.
And where did he contact you, sir?
At Dorothy and Bundy in the middle of the intersection.
What did you do when Detective Lang arrived?
First of all, he walked up to his partner, Van Adder, and they had a short conversation, and then Van Adder pointed out me to him and introduced me to him and said that Phillips can fill you in on what happened and also walk you through the crime scene.
Okay. And is that what you did?
Yes.
Did you take Detective Lang up through the same steps that you've just described with Detective Van Adder?
The exact same steps.
Okay. So then when you went out the rear gate with Detective Lang, did you take him back into the residence again?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you did that, where in the house did you take him?
Took him throughout the residence that I had gone through and showed him the master bedroom and the master bath and the kids' bedrooms and the living room and pointed out the candles to him.
And then did you exit the residence with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now that walkthrough that you took him on through the interior of the house, was that meant to be a detailed investigation at that point?
No, it was a very cursory, quick walkthrough just to give them an overview of what I had been told, what I had seen myself.
And by what means did you exit the residence at that time?
Exited through the garage and out into the alley again.
Where'd you go then?
Back out to Bundy and Dorothy.
And when you got out to Dorothy and Bundy, who did you see?
Well, there was several police officers out there. It was kind of a grouping of individuals, command staff, supervisors, detectives. Everybody was just kind of gathered around right there.
And who did you specifically go to see at that point?
Well, at that time, I took Lang back to his partner, Van Adder, who was standing there with Furman.
Did you have a discussion at that point?
Well, at that time, the 4 of us kind of broke away from that group and walked over to the front of the Bundy location out in the middle of the street and viewed the crime scene from out in the middle of the street. I think Van Adder and Lang were asking us a couple of questions about the call across the street, the 459 call, and I believe I pointed out the house where that call had come from and the house just north of that, giving them another overview of where locations were and where people lived.
Did you want to take the break now?
We're going to go straight through. Ladies and gentlemen, the plan today, since we're breaking early at 4 o'clock, is to go straight through to 4 o'clock. However, if there's a need to stop, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. All right. Ms. Clark.
All right, so you had a discussion of the four of you about the crime scene, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then what else did you talk about?
Then I believe that I brought up the fact that I had been told earlier in the evening that I was to notify OJ Simpson of the death of Nicole Brown and that we had his children, and I was to do that in person. And I'd received that order from Commander Bushy.
Now, in the West LA division where you work, sir, are there a lot of wealthy and famous people there?
Yes?
Have you been requested to give VIP treatment before?
This is not check, this is back, this is the, we approach them.
Sure. All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, would you proceed, please?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Notifications.
Right, thank you, Your Honor. Detective Phillips. Have you been requested to give VIP treatment before, sir?
Yes?
And tell us what is meant by that.
Well, it's a little bit extra that the police department does. We have a lot of individuals in West Los Angeles Division that celebrity, VIPs, wealthy people. Sometimes their name comes across and the department does certain things to, you know, to help them out or do certain things a little bit more than on a normal occasion.
On how many occasions have you been requested by Commander Bushy to make personal notification to the next of kin in a homicide case?
This would be the first time.
Now, you're a homicide detective, is that right?
Yes?
Is there a policy with respect to how notifications to next of kin are supposed to be made?
Yes.
And what is that policy?
Policy is that whenever practical, the homicide investigator assigned to the case should notify the next of kin if the next of kin lives in the area that the homicide occurred. If they do not live in that area and they live outside the area, then a police officer from that adjoining area would make that notification. And if it's out of state, then we'd make inquiries to that jurisdiction to make notifications then.
All right. Is it done is it the policy to make those notifications in person or by telephone?
Whenever possible is to be done in person.
And why is that?
Well, I think it's a courteous thing to do that the police department tries to do instead of making a phone call and telling somebody that somebody's dead. We try to do it this way. It doesn't always work that way, but we try.
So why is it so unusual that Commander Bushy told you to make the notification to the defendant in person?
It's not unusual that we were making the notification. It's unusual that the commander gave me a direct order that I should do everything I could to find Mr. Simpson and notify him in person before the news media became aware of what happened out at that residence. He thought it would be very insensitive if we knew about it and did not notify him in person prior to the news media notifying him.
Now, at the time that you informed Detective Lang and Detective Van Adder that you were going to go out to notify the defendant, was there some decision or discussion concerning whether they would go with you or not?
Well, it was kind of a conversation, yes. It was a conversation that took part, and this was all part of the same conversation. We were all talking at one time.
And what was discussed about that?
Well, I was making the statement that I need to go up and notify OJ Simpson if I can about this death. And they were making the statement, well, we should probably go up and talk to OJ Simpson at the same time and get a statement from him, or maybe he can give us some information. And it was determined that since they were the investigating officers on the scene and they were the ones that were going to do the investigation, that they should be the ones that talked to OJ Simpson. And after he was talked to, then I would take it from there.
All right, so did you want the Detectives Lang and Van Adder to go along because they were thinking you were all just considering the defendant to be a suspect at that time?
No, we never considered Mr. Simpson to be a suspect at that time.
What was the information that everybody was thinking he could give?
I don't need to tell
Sustained.
They were talking. What did you think he could give? What information did you think Mr. Simpson could give at that time?
Well, for one thing, we had a body there that we had no idea who that was. That was a male body there. We didn't know if Mr. Simpson had any knowledge of Mrs. Simpson's whereabouts the night before, if he could give us some information on who this person was. As far as we knew, the individual that was lying there could have as easily been a suspect. We had no idea who this individual was.
So then were arrangements made to go to the defendant's home?
Yes, there was.
How did you find out where that was?
I believe Detective Furman asked Officer Risky to run the Jeep at the rear of the residence to see what address it came back to.
And what address did it come back to?
360 Rockingham.
So how did you decide to proceed to 360 Rockingham?
360.
360.
Yes. Detective Furman and I went in our car, and Detective Van Adder and Lang went in their car. And we went first to basically cut down the time and show them what the quickest route to that location was.
So you went in two separate cars?
Yes, there was a reason for that.
And what was the reason for that?
Well, Van Adder and Lang were going to return as soon as they talked to Mr. Simpson. Furman and I were going to stay at the Simpson residence, and my theory, along with after talking to Lieutenant Spangler before we left this location, was that we were going to offer Mr. Simpson a ride, if possible, if he wanted it, back to West LA Station to pick up his children. There was a possibility he may have been too upset to drive, or that we should have allowed him to drive. I did not want Mr. Simpson going back to the Bundy location to see the scene, so I was going to do whatever I could to keep him from going to Bundy. So I was going to offer Mr. Simpson my services, my police vehicle, until he got some support, or at least we got his children back to him.
Why did you want to keep him from the Bundy scene?
Object. That. Correct.
Oral.
Well, I didn't want Mr. Simpson going back to see the very bloody crime scene. I had no idea at that time the relationship between Mr. Simpson and Nicole Brown.
So you wanted to prevent him from the trauma of seeing that?
Sustained. Leading.
Sorry. Did you have some concern for Mr. Simpson's welfare in going back to the 875 South Bundy scene?
Please.
Oral.
Yes.
And what was that concern?
I did not want him to have to face and see that scene, which was a very bloody scene, a very traumatic scene.
So you took two cars?
That's correct.
And you were the lead, you said?
Yes.
And why were you leading?
Detective Furman knew the way.
Had one of the other officers at the scene told Detective Furman how to get there that night?
That's all.
Sustained.
Before you left, did Detective Furman say he was going to go and ask for directions?
Sustained.
Under
Sustained.
I can't give a theory. I have a theory.
I
Okay.
thought of the theory and I've sustained it. Sustained. You're welcome.
I haven't tried.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay, so you and Detective Furman led, and then Detective Van Adder and Detective Lang followed in their car.
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get to the location of 360 Rockingham from 875 South Bundy?
No more than 5 minutes.
What time, back up, I forgot to ask you something. What time did Detective Van Adder get to the location of 875 South Bundy that night?
I believe he arrived at 4:25 or 4:30 in the morning.
And Detective Lang?
I'm sorry, Detective Van Adder arrived at 4:05. I'm sorry, Detective Lang arrived at 4:25 to 4:30.
And what time did you leave 875 South Bundy?
Just shortly before 5 in the morning.
And what time did you arrive at 360 North Rockingham?
Approximately 5:05, 5:10.
Now, when the four of you left 875 South Bundy, did you tell anyone about it, or did you just pack up and go?
No, I had walked over to Lieutenant Spangler and John Rogers and informed them of where we were going and what we were doing, and told them that we should be back in a very short time. And I informed Lieutenant Spangler of my intentions of offering my services to OJ Simpson.
And you spoke to Lieutenant Rogers as well then?
Well, he was standing in the area. I wasn't speaking directly at him. I was speaking directly at Lieutenant Spangler.
When you left, who was in charge of the crime scene at 875 South Bundy?
Lieutenant Rogers.
Did you have any conversation with Lieutenant Rogers about what he would do with the crime scene in your absence?
No.
And did you see Detective Furman go over to ask for directions from another officer there?
Same question.
Sustained.
Did you see Detective Furman go over to Officer Risky at some point?
Yes.
And was that just before you left for 360 North Rockingham?
A few minutes before, yes.
After Detective Furman spoke to Officer Risky, did he come back to you?
Yes.
Did he give you some information?
Yes.
And did that concern the route you would take to 360 North Rockingham?
Sustained. Sustained. Sustained.
Can we approach?
Sure. All right, Ms. Clark, would you allow the court reporter to change paper?
Yes.
Madam Reporter? All right, Ms. Clark. Certainly.
Your Honor, I have here a board containing photographs. Ask that the board be marked. I'm sorry, next to number
People 62.
62.
All right, 62. And Ms. Clark, would you have your assistants put on letters on any remaining so we can avoid the confusion?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
If I may, for the time being, simply indicate, Your Honor, what they are.
Certainly.
As to the top three, starting from the left over A, B, and C, and then beginning from the lower left-hand corner, D, E, and F.
That was 62.
62. People 62. 8 left.
All right, sir, what route did you take to get to 360 North Rockingham?
Went north on Bundy, and then on Kenter, I believe it was, to Sunset, made a left on Sunset, traveled westbound on Sunset to Rockingham, and turned northbound on Rockingham.
And when you went northbound on Rockingham, what did you see?
As we approached the 360 North Rockingham address, I observed a white vehicle parked on the east curb facing northbound.
And what kind of vehicle was that you saw?
It was a white Ford Bronco.
Directing your attention, sir, to the photographs that are now marked as 62A through F. Can you tell me if you recognize what's shown there?
Yes, that appears to be the white vehicle that I saw parked in the location where it was parked at.
And can you see what, no, never mind. Did you notice that right away when you started to drive north on Rockingham, that vehicle?
I just noticed the vehicle there because I pulled in kind of in front of the vehicle and made a right-hand turn onto Ashford and parked my vehicle, so I had to pay attention to it. But it
Go ahead.
just had to pay attention to it as I drove up.
And why did you have to pay attention to it?
So I wouldn't hit it.
Let me ask you about that. Rockingham, is that a real wide street?
Check the form. Right.
Overruled. Overruled. Anybody who drives in Southern California knows the difference.
True.
Besides, the jury has been there.
Is that a very wide street?
It's not a real wide street, no.
Where did you park?
Parked on Ashford just after I made the right off of Rockingham onto Ashford on the south curb of Ashford.
Are these going to be Rockingham photos?
Okay. John made this photograph be marked People's 63.
Right, people next in order 63.
You recognize what's shown in that photograph, sir?
Yes, that's the OJ Simpson residence.
You said that you parked on the around the corner from the Bronco.
Yes,
Can you tell us approximately where you parked in this photograph? Can you show us, that is?
right about in that location there,
Right there?
right there.
And do you recall where Detective Lang and Detective Van Adder parked?
They were cornered remain out to the witness.
Yes.
That's right. That.
I don't recall where they parked.
And when you got there, so did you and Detective Furman get out?
Yes,
And what happened next?
the four of us walked up to the Ashford gate, and I believe that I was the first one to push the intercom buzzer to try and raise someone in the residence.
Now, when you went to the Ashford gate, sir, let me ask you this. The gate, was it covered with any kind of material?
No, it was just a wrought iron gate.
Okay. In the photograph next to you that's been marked as 62D, That'd be the lower left-hand photograph.
Yes?
Can you tell us what gate is depicted in that photograph?
That would be the Rockingham Gate.
And does that depict the gate in the condition you saw it on June the 13th?
Yes?
The vehicle that's depicted in these photographs, A through E, is that the vehicle that you've described having seen on parked just north of the Rockingham Gate at 360 North Rockingham?
Yes?
And the position in which it's parked in these photographs, is that the position in which you saw it parked in the early morning hours of June the 13th?
Yes?
We're printing that way.
Your Honor, may the print of the image be marked as 63A.
63A.
Your Honor, may this next image be marked People's Exhibit 64.
64 next in order.
Okay, sir, do you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, that's the Simpson residence, and I believe that would be the Ashford Gate.
And is that the gate that you just described that the four of you walked up to?
Yes?
Is it in the condition in which you saw it on June the 13th, 1994?
Yes?
From where was it, if you can tell us, and if you can see in this photograph, where was it that you went to try and make contact with the house?
Well, there's a speaker box, intercom system, just to the left of the driveway as you walk up, right about where those bushes are, that you push a button and hopefully somebody talks to you.
Can you tell us where it is in this photograph?
It's right about where the white flowers there, the white plants are. Right about in, a little bit left, right about in that area there.
Okay. Is that it? What's been circled?
If the witness circled the photos to,
Is there a possibility we can get a telestrator up here on the witness stand?
We can, but it's really it's not easy to use, Your Honor. I mean, we'd have to teach the witnesses first. Because you don't see an image here, it's blank. You have to look at the screen.
I don't really see it. I know where it's located, but I don't really see it in this photograph.
Okay, but that was can you direct the pointer down to the general location where you remember it being?
He indicated it was above the white bush.
Mm-hmm. Can we put an X there then? Is that it?
It's somewhere in that vicinity right there.
No, let's try this again. How about we just put an arrow on the bush? That's the white bush. It's above the white bush. Just
Okay,
leave
and
just
leave
an
A
arrow.
little more left.
A little more left?
Yeah.
All right,
All right,
in
just
that
leave the
area.
arrow there. Can we leave the arrow there? Perfect.
all right. Can we put initials on it?
Some of this whiz bang stuff has too much whiz.
It does, it does. All right, so when you went to press the buzzer, sir, could you hear it buzzing?
Yes.
And did you get any answer?
No.
How many times did you buzz that buzzer?
Several times in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Not myself as being the only one that did it. Several of the other officers also pushed it.
So how many officers were there?
4.
Now, when you went to press the buzzer, where did Detective Van Atter and Lang go?
We all stood right there for the first couple of minutes, hoping that someone would acknowledge us.
And at some point, did you fan out?
Yes.
Who went where?
I believe I walked back to my car and got my cellular telephone.
And what about Detective Lang? Where did he go?
Don't recall where he went.
What about Detective Furman? Do you know where he went?
I don't recall where they went. Everybody was talking and pushing buzzers and going different locations, and I went back to get my cellular phone. I was going to call the watch commander.
How far apart did you spread out?
Well, to be honest with you, I really wasn't paying attention to what each one of us was doing at that time.
Next question.
What were you doing?
I went back to my car to get my cellular telephone,
And for what purpose did you do that?
call the watch commander,
Why?
because I'd noticed a West Tech sign in the front yard, and I thought perhaps West Tech might be able to assist us in raising somebody at that location or giving us a phone number of someone at that location.
And so you called the watch commander?
I called Sergeant Rossi at the West Los Angeles Watch Commander's office.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you happen to have memorized the phone number that, for the watch commander that you used that night?
Yes,
You use it often?
yes,
Show you a phone number that has been written down previously and marked as people 61 and ask you if you recognize the phone number
yes, that's the inside private line.
for the watch commander?
Yes,
And is that the phone number that you dialed that night on your cell phone?
yes, it is.
You spoke to Sergeant Rossi?
Yes,
Did you ask him to do something?
yes.
What?
I asked him to get a hold of West Tech Security and asked them if they could assist us in raising someone at that residence, getting a phone number for us at that residence, possibly getting a key for us at that residence, and also telling us if they had any information whether the people that were at that residence were out of town for an extended period of time or not.
And did you receive word back from Sergeant Rossi
Yes, I did.
after I made that request of him?
Yes.
And did he give you some information?
Yes.
Based on what he told you, what did you do?
Well, based on what he told me, I didn't get the information that I requested, other than the fact that I'd learned that there was no record of anybody being out of town. So I asked them to send a unit, a West Tech unit, to our location.
And then,
John was struck part of that last sentence.
Overruled.
what happened next?
A short time later, after a couple more phone calls were made, a West Tech unit was driving southbound on Rockingham, and I flagged him down in the middle of Rockingham and Ashford.
And did you go and talk to that person?
Yes, I did.
What did you make some request of him?
Originally, I asked him if he was the unit that had responded to our call, and he did not know what call I was referring to. And then I asked him, I said, do you have a phone number, or can you get me a phone number to this residence? And he made an inquiry and then told me that he could not.
Overruled.
He told me he could not do that for security reasons.
What was your response to that?
I informed him that I was a Los Angeles police detective, that I was investigating a crime, and that I wanted the phone number of that residence, and if he couldn't give it to me, then to get a supervisor out here that could.
What happened next?
A short time later, the West Tech officer gave me the phone number to the residence.
And who did you get it from? Do you remember?
I got it from that same West Tech officer that I had flagged down that was still at the location.
Now, at the time that you got the phone number, did that West Tech patrol officer stay there?
Yes, he did.
And when you got the phone number, did another West Tech unit arrive?
Shortly thereafter, a West Tech supervisor, a sergeant from West Tech, showed up.
What did you do after you got the defendant's phone number?
I phoned the residence.
Now, at some point, did Detective Furman come and report some observation he had made to you?
Yes, he did.
Was that before or after you got the defendant's phone number?
That was before I got the phone number.
And what was the observation that you...
Sustain.
Okay. Did he make some remark to you about something he had seen?
You're safe.
Overruled.
Yes,
And based on what he told you, sir, did you go and observe something?
yes.
What was that?
I observed a spot on the Bronco on the driver's door, just above the door handle, that was a brownish red small dot.
And directing your attention, sir, to the photographs that have been marked as people 62, B, and C. Do you see what's being shown in those photographs?
Yes,
What?
it's a man pointing to a spot on the driver's door, and then it's a close-up of what he's pointing to with a figure of number 1 in his hand, numeral number 1.
Is that the location in which you saw the spot that you've just indicated you saw that night?
Yes,
And did you make that observation before or after you got the defendant's phone number?
before.
Did you call the phone number that you were given for the defendant?
Yes,
And how soon after receiving the phone number did you call?
within a couple of minutes. It just, however long it took me to put in the cellular phone and send it.
And where was everybody when you made that phone call?
Walking around between the Bronco, the Ashford gate. I was kind of left out by myself talking to the West Tech officer and using my telephone.
And where was the West Tech officer?
He was parked in the middle of the street on Rockingham, facing southbound, almost into the intersection of Ashford, just north of the intersection of Ashford.
I've run a print image of the screen be marked as people 64A.
Right. People 64A.
Your Honor, this is people 63.
Going back to this, you indicated that the other detectives were between the Ashford gate and the Bronco.
Yes,
Hey, do you see that location depicted in this photograph, sir? That area?
yes,
On the left-hand side of the photograph, do you see the location of the Ashford gate?
yes.
Can you direct the pointer to that area, please?
To the pointer at the Ashford
To the
gate?
Ashford gate.
Okay.
Let's put, get the, okay. Tell it where to go.
That's the Ashford gate.
Okay, can you make a small X there? Is that correct, sir?
That's the Ashford gate, yes.
Okay. And in this photograph, where the Bronco would be?
It's completely to the right side of the picture. You can just barely see the front end of it,
That white spot?
right?
Make an X. Or, yeah, why don't we just leave the arrow there? Thank you, Jonathan. Initial that? And where were you?
Well, they'd have to find out what time.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about the time when you're talking to, getting the phone number of the defendant and using your cell phone to call.
Well, I was more or less in the middle of the intersection, making phone calls to Sergeant Rossi, talking to the West Tech officer. When the West Tech officer showed up, he was southbound on Rockingham, had just entered the intersection of Ashford and Rockingham, had not gone all the way through it.
Can you direct that cross to that location?
That That would be a approximate location. I mean, depth perception is the only thing that's lacking. But that'd be close.
Okay. Thank you. Then using your cell phone, you made the call to the defendant's residence. Is that right, sir?
Yes?
After another board, Your Honor. Great chart now that's been marked as People 65. Can you tell us if you recognize what is shown in this chart?
That's a photocopy of my phone bill, a cellular phone that I was using that night for the date of 6/12 to 6/13/94.
And that's the cell phone you were using on the date of June the 13th, 1994?
Yes?
And do you see a phone call at the time of 5:36 a.m. for June the 13th made from your cell phone to the number 310-476-4619?
Yes?
And now it's being shown up on the screen. I'm going to indicate that with the laser. If you could see it, can you see it, sir?
Yes?
Do you see what I'm indicating on the screen there for the jury?
Yes?
So at 5:36, you called this number 310-476-4619.
Yes?
And where did you get that phone number from?
That's the phone number I received from the West Tech officer.
When you dialed that number, what happened?
I received a recording, answering machine recording.
And what did the answering machine say? Sorry.
I don't recall exactly what it said, but it made reference to the fact of, hello, this is OJ, I'm not home, leave a message, something to that effect.
So you got an answering machine.
Yes,
Did you inform anyone of the fact that you got an answering machine, no one answered the phone?
yes, I informed the other detectives at the scene that no one answered, that there was an answering service.
Now, did the West Tech, okay, thank you. Did the West Tech supervisor remain there for a period of time while you were there?
Yes, he did. Both West Tech units stayed there for a little bit of time.
And did one of the detectives have a conversation with West Tech about whether or not a maid was supposed to be on the premises?
Yes,
And did you learn anything about that, sir?
yes,
What did you find out?
Sustained.
You and the other detectives learned something about a maid being on the premises, is that right?
yes,
Did you then have a conversation?
Overruled. Proceed.
Did you then have a conversation amongst you, or did Detective Van Adder, Detective Lang, Detective Furman have a conversation about what they were going to do next?
yes, I was just separate from the group.
The answer is yes or no. Yes.
Yes.
For this conversation. Next question.
And after that conversation, sir, what happened next?
Detective Furman went over the wall of the Rockingham residence.
Was that at someone's request?
Yes,
Whose?
Van Adder or Lang, I believe it was Van Adder.
And what happened next?
Detective Furman then opened the gate from the inside and allowed the other ones of us in.
Please, P64, Your Honor.
Again, that's the gate you've identified as the Ashford Gate. Is that the one you all went through?
Yes?
And do you recall seeing, do you tell us, what did you see when you first went inside?
We first went inside, we walked up to the front door.
Did you see any dogs there?
Well, after we got to the front door, we saw this dog walk.
You saw Your Honor.
This is what I saw.
Yes.
I saw this dog walking out of what appeared to be the backyard, and the four of us started backing out of the yard.
Why's that?
Had no idea what the dog was going to do.
Did it attack you?
No,
What color was that dog?
it was all black.
What did you do at the front door?
Well, the dog then laid down. So we went over and knocked on the front door and rang the doorbell.
Did you get any answer?
No,
Great watchdog.
Yeah. Fierce. Did anybody ring the doorbell?
yes,
And did you get an answer to that?
no.
What happened next?
After receiving no answer, then we walked around to the location where the dog was now laying and walked around the dog and into the backyard.
Now, were you able to see any lights on in the house before you got inside the property?
Yes,
Where?
the only light that I observed was a light upstairs in the center portion of the residence. That's the only light I observed myself.
I'm sorry?
That's the only light I observed myself.
And again, before going onto the property, were you able to see any cars in the driveway?
I believe I saw one black vehicle in the driveway, yes.
Now, after having rung the doorbell and knocked on the door and gotten no answer, what happened next?
I walked around to the back, to the south side of the to the north side of the residence, past the dog and into the backyard to where there was a pool area.
And what did you see there?
Saw the pool, the back of the house, and as I walked closer, we saw some what looked like little cottages or extensions of the house on the south side of the property.
Did you have your flashlights with you?
We had them originally, but at this time it had gotten light.
It was what time then?
Just shortly before 6.
How long after you called the defendant and got no answer on his residence phone did you actually wind up entering the property?
I would say 5 minutes, 6, 7 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity.
So be roughly about 5:41, 5:42.
Roughly.
Were you able to see the grounds in the backyard when you were walking through it and the pool area?
Yes?
Did you see anybody injured?
No?
Were you looking to see that?
Yes?
What were you looking around for? Why'd you go on the property?
We were looking around to see if we could.
Sustain. Detective, the question is just what were you doing? Why were you there? Not we.
I was looking. I had been informed of the possible blood spot on the bronch.
It's non-responsive. What was he doing? Yes, sir.
Oh, the question was, why did you go on the property?
The response was, you've been informed.
Right, which is why I told him to tell us what he did and why he did it, not what we did or why we did it. Do we understand the question?
Oh, why don't we? I'll start over, please.
Okay. Ms. Clark.
You know, may I have a moment, Your Honor? So you were on the grounds and you saw the, like a row of guest units?
Yes.
And where were those guest units in relationship to the main house?
They were at the rear of the house, running along the south end of the property, going east away from the main house.
Visitation in the FBI, the monitoring issue.
Well, yeah, Mr. Harmon, are you ready to address that matter?
Your Honor, just as we finished our colloquy this morning, I asked Mr. Harmon, as he was exiting, what arrangements could be made to observe the sampling of the sock and any other item that the FBI was going to do for purposes of EDTA testing. And he indicated to me as we left that that would not be permitted. And
No observations, no outside observers,
yes, and
no photography and no videotaping.
I understand that to be the policy. Now, again, this raises, just in terms of timing and equity, the same point that I made this morning, but I didn't realize that this would actually be the case with the FBI with respect to this test. And that is that if, for example, they are going to be cutting apart the sock, as Mr. Harmon indicated this morning they would be at various different points, we would not have an opportunity to examine that sock, to look at it under a microscope, to examine it before it is again cut and destroyed. We want that opportunity before the witnesses get on the stand and they testify to have our experts look at it. Now, the court did note this morning that I think the actual term you used was examine, that Dr. Blade had a chance to examine the sock.
No, I think, no, I thought I was being very precise in what I said. He's had the chance to observe it and to conduct photographs, or had the opportunity to videotape. However, I note, just so the record's clear, that he did not physically touch it, feel
Yes.
it, look at it.
Yeah, that's the problem, that he doesn't have the opportunity to do that, nor does he direct the examination in any way. Mr. Sims gets samples, does what he wants with them. Dr. Blake is there simply as a recorder and observer. And that's the problem here. So again, I would beseech the court to permit us, with respect to the sock, to have that opportunity, perhaps this weekend, so that we can have our experts examine the sock along with the other evidence, so that we can at least see it before they perform a destructive test. And I think that's consistent with the reasoning of Griffin, and some ground that we traveled over once before this August.
About 3 times before. All right. Mr. Harmon?
You know, it's just amazing. They just don't want us to do this the way we've proposed to do it. And if we reflect back on when I first broached this subject, I invited them to avoid this very thing by joining with us. Let's not, don't make us pick a lab that you don't like and then want to nitpick with discovery. And I have a little difficulty with Mr. Scheck's surprise that that the FBI won't allow visitors. He knows that. He's a national DNA expert. They just don't allow that. So this feigned indignation or surprise to borrow one of his favorite phrases, disingenuous at best. We could have avoided this had they sought to do this to find out the truth of what's in those socks and now the gate stains, which have been identified as Mr. Simpson's. And they didn't do it. And now we have finally found a schedule that pleases this court, and they want to do something before that to interrupt the logistics.
Doesn't please me, it mollifies me.
I'm not sure I'm in the business of mollifying anybody, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Well, lawyers should always be in the business of mollifying a court.
Only when it suits the ends of justice, Your Honor.
All right.
Dr. Blake has seen these things. He's seen when they've been sampled. I've recounted a day in the life of Gary Sims, October 27th, when they were there till midnight. And now, we're in the business, or we've been setting up this elaborate pickup and delivery schedule where we will get the evidence where we said we would on Friday, and now they want it to be someplace else on Saturday and Sunday. So I'm at a loss to do anything except to say, you have told us what we could do. That is what we would like to do. We will be glad. Everything's been documented. There's nothing to fear except the truth of, is there any EDTA in that sock? And that's what we want to get to the bottom of, and we will know that Monday evening. And Mr. Scheck can then have at it. He could have his Fry hearing or whatever else he wants to. Somehow the talk of all these Fry hearings tells you that they know what the answer is going to be. And there's a reason they know, because somebody at the end of the table told them that. So we just like to...
I object to that. I think that's highly improper. It's served no purpose whatsoever. And if this is a legitimate motion, let him make a motion. But if he's here to give speeches to the public, we have a place out.
Well, counsel, come on. Well, Mr. Harmon, actually, the issue we're discussing here is the FBI policy regarding outside observers. Will they be videotaping?
No.
Any photography conducted during the course of their testing? I assume some.
Whatever they routinely do, I'm ignorant of that point, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
All right, so it's your position that this is the lab that can do this test, and that's their standing policy, has been their policy forever and ever.
That's absolutely correct. Mr. Scheck knows that, too.
All right.
Could since we're adding things on the calendar, where's 47, 50, and 78? You ordered them to tell us where that is, and we're dying to find that out. So,
well, I want to just hear the last comments about the FBI policy.
Okay.
Then I'd like to hear from Mr. Hodgman on the non-biological evidence, and then we'll shift into the whereabouts of those three other items.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
With respect to Mr. Hodgman, Your Honor, may we, he's not down here, and may we request that we address the non-biological evidence first thing in the morning?
I was told we were going to do that at the close of business. We were supposed to do it today at 9 o'clock. And you asked leave, or Mr. Harmon asked leave on Mr. Hodgman's behalf to file a letter with the court, which I have been expecting all day and has not arrived. I was told that Mr. Hodgman was on his way down.
It does not appear to be the case. We've not had a chance to discuss this with Mr. Hodgman. The first I heard that he was coming down with any kind of letter was when the court told me just a few minutes ago.
Well, this was the beginning of our discussion at 9:30 this morning. If you recall, my recollection is that you were here in court with us.
That was concerning biological evidence, Your Honor.
Correct. And the agreement was that Mr. Hodgman, I had entered an order that all the non-biological matters be turned over. I recollect Mr. Harmon then asked, would I put that off until the end of business today to allow Mr. Hodgman to examine the list and lodge any special objections, which I said I would give him leave till the end of the day today. So I assume either I'm going to get a letter from Mr. Hodgman laying out specific objections and or a waiver of the objections to the order of turning over the biological evidence, to non-biological evidence. Speak of the devil.
I've been called many things.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hodgman, and welcome.
And good afternoon, Your Honor.
I'm happy to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
I feel some responsibility for your absence the last few days, last several days.
Don't take any responsibility on yourself, Your Honor. I think the responsibility was mine. I appreciate that.
Well, I'm concerned that the pressures and the pace of this case are going to take its toll on everybody involved, and I'm considering modifying the court hours simply because of the physical stress that's involved. And I think I recollect the last time we met that I had never seen you quite in that state before, and you and I have known each other for many years, and so I feel some responsibility for having caused so much stress in your life, and I apologize to you for that. But having said that,
Your Honor, I do have a matter to raise with the court this morning, hence my arrival. Before I address the court, may I have just a moment with counsel?
Certainly.
My fellow counsel. Your Honor, in order to expedite matters this afternoon, I prepared the letter which I have served upon the court as well as counsel.
okay, let's take it from the top. Items, Category 1, items which the people reasonably anticipate will be subject of imminent introduction at trial. And what are these items? I don't have my correlation list immediately at hand.
Yes, Your Honor. Item 18, athletic shoes, Reebok. Item 19, hair and fibers which were removed from the number 9 glove. Item 27, a plaid cap. Item 35, keys which were recovered from the ground at the Bundy crime scene. Item 40, a white metal ring recovered from the Bundy crime scene. Item 46, a menu or paper menu recovered from the Bundy crime scene. And item 110, which consists of some hairs and fibers collected from the glove, otherwise referred to as item number 9.
All right, when you say imminent introduction, Ms. Clark, when do you anticipate getting to these items?
the flag cap, the ski cap, are going to come on with the very next witness. The keys are going to and Anthony Todd as well will come on with the next witness, Sean.
Who is the next witness?
Second line.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Detective Lang.
Lang.
And the ring as well.
Have we identified that ring as belonging to anybody?
Yes. Definitely.
Yeah.
And the menu also. I mean, these are all coming in now. I mean, Friday. For the, wow. For the thoughts.
All right, let me ask as to items 113, 160 through 169, 221, 225 through 235 items in paragraph 2. Mr. Scheck, it's the representation of the people that these items have already been examined by the defense.
Do you recall this, Mr. Chair?
All right, let's do this. Counsel, I've had my court reporter working all afternoon, so let's take a break. Why don't you guys compare your notes, because you attorneys compare your notes. I've been criticized for referring too generically to you all. Why don't we compare our notes to see which items, because by item number I can't recollect as to what each one of these are. Let's compare our notes and then we can confer in chambers afterwards. I need to give my court reporter a break. All right. All right, we'll stand in recess then as to 9 o'clock. We're in recess until 9 o'clock. We'll talk to Mr. Scheck and Mr. Heisman in chambers.